Well, it's hard to explain why I had that on my phone, but it was like, you sure you want to put that in a filing so people can see it? Are you sure about that?
You sure you want the world to know this? I'm just curious, you know?
You sure about that? You sure about that?
You know what's really interesting, though? So I recently got my stuff back from the FBI, and more amazing about that is the fact that when I got my stuff back, they had labeled my external hard drive as a modem. So I don't know if they really indexed all the memes I had. I feel like I got off really lucky. Maybe somebody did me a solid.
You know, it's fine. I don't, like, personally, I would wipe everything and start fresh. Like, they still haven't given me my property back, and I'm sure that, like, they took like $3,000 of electronics, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be bugged when I get it back, if ever. So I'm going to get
this thing is operating at like a quarter of the speed that it used to. When I got it back, the Ethernet was disabled on a hardware level, so I couldn't use Ethernet. I had to re-enable it. I was just like, okay, that's weird. And yeah, it's pretty apparent to me that there is some kind of spyware operating on this. So I'm just using it for the week that I'm back from the Appalachian Trail, and then when I actually get back for real, this is going to go into garbage.
Yeah, that's what I would recommend. Because I think they're playing games. Did I tell you, like, they had a warrant to search my emails after I already served my sentence?
What?
Yeah, I got an alert from Google. In 2024, after I got out of prison, they got a warrant to spy on my email account that I made it after I got out of prison. This was post-investigation for my case. So they were investigating me for something else. But they wouldn't tell me what it was, and then, then the administration changed, and so it went nowhere. But I'm pretty sure they were going to probably re-indict me for 1512 after the Supreme Court narrowed the scope for it. They were just looking for something to justify it. But
we got this non-violent guy who just happens to have posted content that falls under the purview of this freedom of speech shit. I don't know what that is, but we're going to investigate him for his crimes that have not yet occurred. But we are sure they have occurred because he's a bad boy.
Very bad boy. Okay. Fucking, now that I'm talking about this shit, are you ready to tell your story?
There's not much of a story to tell, but I'm happy to tell you whatever you need to know.
All right, let me get into character here.
Are you doing it, Jar Boys?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Let me get my nose on. Hold on. Let me get my face. Let me get my face on. I'm joined today by Patrick McCaughey III. Pat is one of the first defendants I actually met on Con Air in early 2021 after January 6th. He is a very good boy. He's a great guy. I'm happy to finally get to talk to him after all this time and get his story. Pat had, I think, one of the most egregious cases because of how his situation was handled. We had the same judge, and I got to see what, a lot of what his story was really about by researching January 6th. And, I'm just happy to have him here so people can hear the real story about what actually happened that day, hear his perspective, and not just the nonsense that was reported by prosecutors and by lying journalists. So with that, Pat, I'm happy that you're out now. I'm happy that you're out and about. And the first thing I'd like to do is get a little background information about you. McFadden and the press and even officers went out of their way to, smear you as this malicious person. But I did time with you, and I know that you're actually a very humanistic person. Who was Pat McCaughey before January 6th? If you could tell me, tell us a little bit about who you are.
Well, thank you very much for having me, Tim. It's a pleasure to speak with you, and I would say the same about you, that I'm very glad you've been released, and I'm very sorry for the difficulties that you faced. It has been an unfortunate situation in which a number of very well-meaning and patriotic Americans were prosecuted by a government which has ultimately gotten very far outside of its intended scope. And unfortunately, there is a sizable portion of the population which condones, and in the case of it being in their favor, oftentimes encourages gross abuse and destruction of individual rights and liberties. To answer your question, I was born in 1997, so at the time of the 6th, I would have been 23 years old. Currently, as we're speaking, I'm 27. And at that time, I had been a high school graduate. I was working as a tradesman, as a carpenter. I had, a small group of friends and a number of interests. I enjoy hiking, reading. I play the odd video game or two. But philosophically, and moralistically, I would say that I have a deeply held belief that people of certain moral character ought to be allowed to live their lives and behave as they please, so long as they don't harm or violate the rights of others. And that would mean that I'm very happy to allow someone whose beliefs I find questionable to live their life in the fashion that they wish. I would love to help them and allow them to live a happier life in the manner that I think would be correct. But at the same time, I don't believe in the use of force to win someone over to my side, or that there is a particular moral imperative that everyone agree with me. On that same point, I would say that I'm very happy to engage in debate with anyone, and I find it very interesting to have a discussion, about almost anything at a level which bases itself on actual principles. I would much rather discuss the policies of a man than I would a man, if the point comes through on that. And so, to answer the question about who I am, or rather who I was prior to the 6th, I was a young man who had, worked steadily throughout his young life, had an interest in his community and in his country, and believed wholeheartedly that we as a people, as a nation, would be much better off if each of us did the best, to the best of his ability, to help one another.
Well, this is some very radical libertarian-ish. I don't know what you would call this extremely offensive libertarian ideology you got here, but we have a lulbertarian, folks. Very, very, very radical. But so you actually hit on something I think is very important, which is that at the time you were probably the youngest person I had actually met after January 6th that got caught up in all this. Not saying you were the youngest, but you were a very young man at the time. And that was one of the things that I think that really that really burned the most, is that I saw how they treated you. No lenity offered. If you could what was your motivation in terms of January 6th going to DC? We'll get to the day itself, but what was your motivation in going to DC? Why did you come to DC? People went there for different reasons. You have, let's say, like a libertarian or a small government individualist worldview, but what brought you to DC that day?
I think you're absolutely correct, Tim, that as many people as went to the Capitol on that day, went to the nation's capital, there are as many reasons or thoughts behind why they did. For my personal take, it's a bit of a story, but to try to summarize it, I would say the largest inspiration was a certain shaken faith, a lack of belief that it was possible for the average person to have their voice heard. You can interpret that to mean that the election was quite fraudulent, or that the results were very doubtful, which I would say at the time I certainly believed. But what I mean more broadly is that for the prior year, and in fact slightly longer, there had been a policy in place in nearly every forum or meaningful place of discussion in the country in which it was impossible for someone of an alternate viewpoint to be heard. You see at the highest levels, there were restrictions placed upon anyone going to a bar or a park or a church or any sort of common place of meeting where a regular conversation might take place was barred to the general public. You couple that with the fact that now much of socialization, especially for people of my generation, occurs online, and you realize that anyone who had an alternate narrative, for example, about COVID, which we've now proven, or rather has been shown, that the vaccine, which was pushed relentlessly, was largely ineffective at stopping the spread of this illness, that there was a mischaracterization, misrepresentation of the data that claimed that there were so many cases of COVID when there were simply no flu cases and COVID was being counted in its place. And the fact that, there was just all this scaremongering surrounding an illness which ultimately had only affected the elderly and the infirm, a group of people who are notoriously susceptible to viruses. And so for that reason, we had destroyed our country, our economy, shuttered everything. And there are children today, you can even hear them online relating their stories, children whose lives were upended and whose development was simply because we wanted to protect a few aging people who might well have stayed at home instead. But I digress. What I mean to say is that I felt very strongly at the time, and I still do, that online censorship was at its peak. There was no place online where the average humble citizen could be heard. There were doctors scared of speaking out. There were professionals scared of speaking out for fear of losing their jobs and their livelihoods simply because they had an alternate opinion. There was a consensus, which is quite dangerous, which was veering towards the authoritarian on COVID and then later on the election, in which it was impossible to simply question things. Like I said, I'm happy to have a debate on the merits of something. Whether or not I agree ultimately with the position that I take, I think it's fair and more than reasonable to hear things out in order to allow the facts to come out and the logic of a situation to work itself through. And so I went down on that day, and I had gone down previously to another rally, Stop the Steal rally in November, because I was quite concerned that there was no other place in the country in which a regular citizen could have their voice heard. And so why else, being slightly lazy or, whatever you might say, why else would someone be inspired to travel all that way? It was simply because there was no other place to have my voice heard. And I think that I was quite frustrated. that there was no way for the average American to be heard by their representatives, by their elected officials. I attempted to contact my representative and my senator, and I'm familiar with several people who have worked in their office and their employ as interns and then later as hired staff. And in private discussions with them, they tell me, yeah, I hate answering the phone. It's just all these crazies, and I just pawn them off. I don't even write down their messages. I don't care for what they have to say. And that was discouraging to hear. It made me realize, quite honestly, that if you wish to have yourself heard, you need to go directly to them. Leave them with no ability to deflect or state that they hadn't heard you or had no awareness of the issue. Sorry, a bit of a long answer.
No, it's a great answer. One of the criticisms I see from people who aren't the harshest towards J6ers, but that still don't really understand our motivations. One of the criticisms I've seen is that, January 6th was just people throwing a temper tantrum. There were proper channels to go through, or why didn't you go through your representatives? It's like, well, people they were trying and it didn't go anywhere. It was really, it was the culmination of months of, and we're not even actually going through what actual events that day caused things to escalate. But the day itself was the culmination of months of, as you said, censorship. Well, years of censorship, but months of suppression, silence, and just, covering your ears, your eyes, and not listening or seeing what people, were worried about. So, I mean, it's a huge, there's a lot of context that led up to January 6th that gets totally memory hold. There was the internet censorship. There was the response, the Orwellian response to COVID, the shutting down society, and as you said, socialization for entire generations of people. So let me ask you now to, you're from New England. You go all the way down to Washington, D.C. You had gone down there before.
Yes.
This is really like the last chance, in terms of maybe something going in our favor. Someone, maybe Trump pulls a rabbit out of his hat. Maybe Pence isn't a cuck. Maybe. Take us through the day of January 6th from start to finish. How do you get to DC? How does your day begin? And what's the day actually like?
Well, put simply, my father and I, with whom I traveled to the Capitol, we worked together. We had both seen the results and the surrounding controversy for the election, and he and I discussed it for quite some time, and we decided to take some time out of our schedules to travel to the Capitol. Seeing as we live, about 6 hours away, we had thought to travel that night to Washington, D.C. And so on the night of the 5th, we arrived in Washington with some level of difficulty, I might add, because I'm not sure if you're aware of this. I'm an iPhone user, peace be upon Steve Jobs. But when using an iPhone, oftentimes you'll use Apple Maps to navigate, and Apple Maps was indicating to anyone who's interested that all roads in and out of the Capitol were closed that day. So I attempted to put Washington, D.C. into my phone, and it said, nope, there's no way to get to Washington, D.C. today. Sorry, all roads closed, which I found quite suspicious. And, of course, arriving there later on, I found, of course, open roads. But we arrived in D.C. on the 5th, and we found a place to stay in, I believe it's Silver Springs, Maryland. And we stayed a night in Silver Springs. And the next morning, we woke up, perhaps around 7 o'clock, and traveled into Washington, D.C. proper, found a place to park, and began to walk down to Freedom Plaza, which had been the location of the previous Stop the Steal rally, and so we assumed that would be a reasonable gathering place. We arrived in time to see a large number of people. I would describe it almost as parading down the street. All clad in memorabilia and, chanting various slogans to represent their desire to forward the cause of the United States, saying USA and various things like that, stop the steal. And so we followed them to the Washington Monument and the ellipse. We were not inside of the ellipse. I mean to say that we did not attend the speech of the sitting president from within the security barrier. But we found a place to wait, and we stood and listened to a number of speakers today as we awaited President Donald Trump's speech. And he came on, I believe, was it around 11 o'clock in the morning? Or am I getting my timing mixed up?
Yeah. He went on a little later than he was scheduled.
Yeah. In any case, we waited, and then we heard Trump speak, and he gave a somewhat memorable address, and stating that there were a number of facts that led to a supposition that there was some wrongdoing, and that we should have faith in our elected officials, that they would do the right thing, and that they would seek a postponing of the confirmation of the vote in order to investigate these. And so we listened to the whole speech, despite the fact that at one point my father, who, being an older man, has a bit of a bladder issue, had gone off to use the restroom. And in that time, I heard a woman walking down with a megaphone instructing people, and this is prior to Donald Trump speaking, instructing people to come and go to the Capitol. And so I thought that, as I would have assumed most people would come to hear the president speak. And I just made a note of it. But we listened to Donald Trump's speech, and then when he was finished speaking, he had instructed people to go down to the Capitol. And we went down there. As you know, there was a planned event at the U.S. Capitol. There had been a permit pulled for a speech and a rally in the immediate vicinity of the U.S. Capitol on the side of the Supreme Court for later that day. And so my father and I departed from the monument, went down towards the Capitol, which, as you know, is the west end of the Capitol. And once we had traveled all the way, it was pretty apparent that there were a large number of people going directly across and up to the Capitol steps. And it seemed to be a rather reasonable thing to follow the crowd. At the time, I had heard what I believed to be fireworks or something to that effect, which later on I realized were tear gas and flashbang grenades, which were being lobbed into the crowd by a rather aggressive and seemingly bent on violence group of police officers. But when we arrived, there were no signs or indicators that this was a place of trespass, and I think every American, or most Americans, prior to this whole event, had an assumption baked into their consciousness that the Capitol is, of course, the people's house, and it would be reasonable for any citizen with a need of redress to be, at the very least, on the outside of the building to have their voice heard. I can recall quite clearly there are quite a few instances where journalists wait on the steps to speak to congressmen, where regular citizens post handbills and try to have their voice heard in that area. So I had no doubt in my mind that this was a reasonable course of action to try to have my voice heard. And so I entered onto the Capitol grounds, walked up several flights of stairs, and was met with a number of bike racks, on which the other side there were police. And, at the time, it seemed, relatively docile. There wasn't a great deal of violence going on. It was, I would say, rowdy. But, it's reasonable given the heightened level of emotion of the day and, the severity, the gravity of the reason we were there, that there would be, maybe not a huge amount of smiling faces, but it wasn't anything aggressive or hateful. And I stood at a barricade for, perhaps a span of 30 minutes. And at that time, I engaged in a number of chants, USA. I think perhaps I engaged in a Stop the Steal. We sang the national anthem. And there were several police officers directly opposite to me whom I attempted to sort of draw out of their shell and just simply ask them why they would oppose people walking into the Capitol, or perhaps simply just standing outside of it. They seemed rather confrontational. And, I simply asked them, why is it that you would choose to stand here in a cold January day? It was rather windy as well. And prevent regular citizens from simply having their voices heard. What care do you have to make these people's lives easy who sit in their cushy office? They don't face gunfire in the D.C. metro area. They don't have to deal with the consequences of their legislation. This group of people is very pampered and does not really care about the regular citizenry. And so that line of reasoning is what I engaged in. Not that I was, nobody spoke back to me hardly. But, the line of reasoning escalated, and I began to think, and I think at that time, a certain hysteria gripped me, being a young man, not having a great deal of reasons to remain calm, that I began to, passionately say to the officers, you guys could just go home right now and nothing bad would happen. We simply want to be here to protest, and your presence here, your lobbing of tear gas, your bludgeoning of innocent and peaceful people is exacerbating the situation. So you all should just take a hike, go home. Nothing bad is going to happen. And in fact, you would be happier for not having to stand out here and be in such terrible conditions. And so I repeated that, maybe perhaps dumbly, but it still has a certain degree of appeal to me to say that. Not that it's entirely the best thing I could have said.
Take a hike, officer.
Take a hike. Why don't you all leave? And I think in the clear light of day, we can see that it was their duty. They were called to be there. Not that I feel they were entirely justified in their presence at the time, but that was simply their way of being. And so I was there for, maybe half an hour. And then there was an officer whose name I don't know, who I believe I've later seen video footage of him. I believe he's an Asian gentleman who had taken a grenade launcher and was launching tear gas and I think perhaps even concussive grenades into the crowd to the left of me.
Was it Officer Tao?
I believe it was an Officer Tao.
Yeah.
And as a brief aside, it's interesting how it seems that the instigation of violence seems to happen quite often with officers of an Asian descent. An interesting fact is that the sniper who is believed to have killed Vicky Weaver at Ruby Ridge was also present at the siege in Waco, Texas, and is believed to have opened hostilities there as well. It's just an interesting side fact. Not that that has any bearing on anything.
Maybe they saw the LA riots and they decided to become rooftop Koreans. I don't know.
Perhaps.
Science.
It's an evolution. It's Pokemon. Now, it was at that time that the crowd, which had to that point, at least in my experience, having arrived only when the barricade, or whatever you would call it, the series of bike racks, was on the pavilion, or what they would call, I guess, the Lower West Terrace. When I had arrived there, the crowd was relatively docile, just simply content to stand there, chant their slogans, say the national anthem, your average protest. And it was only at the point at which a large number of tear gas grenades were deployed that the left-hand side, and so if I'm remembering my cardinal directions correctly, that would then be the southwest.
Yeah, southwest. Because you were in front of the southwest scaffolding. I would have been on the other side near the northwest. Yeah.
Well, so they lobbed a number of grenades in, and then people began agitated. They were attempting to escape from this. And when you have a large crowd of people at your back, it's very difficult to move backwards. It's the only way is forward. And so in an attempt to gain breathing room, I would assume one of those people, they began to push forward, and there was a large amount of empty space behind the police, and so these people surged forward, and that caused a collapse in this police line. And at that point, my understanding is the police were given an order to completely abandon the Lower West Terrace. Point they proceeded up the stairs and moved completely away, and so then I was left with a large open space, and I thought to myself, well, I had seen a number of protests which had taken place, I had believed, within the Capitol. Most to mind is do you recall the women who dressed up in that strange sexual fantasy book, the one with the white bonnets and the red dresses? I believe it's called like The Handmaid's Tale.
Yeah, The Handmaid's Tale.
The one about fertile women being bred by high-status men, that seemed to be very popular with women. That one. And so there were a large number of women who had dressed up in that fashion to protest Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation. And I had been under the impression that they were inside of the U.S. Capitol, which I later learned was actually some administrative building, some blocks away, still in Washington, D.C., still with sitting members of Congress, still with an appointee to the Supreme Court. I don't believe the facts of it changed.
It was still by law a Capitol building. It was a Senate building, yeah.
Yeah. And so I had been under the impression that had all been quite kosher, as they would say. That it was a very reasonable thing, and I had not heard of any of those women being arrested for their display. And so I had believed that it was legitimate and right that a U.S. citizen could protest within a Capitol building. And so, not that it had been my goal at the outset to actually enter into the building, but I had come that far, and I thought to myself, well, you are inside of the building, and your voice is heard in the Senate chamber, or your voice is heard by a congressman. You've done your duty. They have no recourse to say they were unaware. Not that you would change their mind necessarily, but now you can say with complete surety that they heard your concern, and they either ignored it or they paid it due attention, but there is no longer anything that you can do in your protest. That is the absolute limit of what you can do. Is they have heard you, they have heard your concerns, they know you care, and they know a large number of people care. And that was my goal. I wanted to accomplish that much, having come that far, and so it became my goal at that point to enter into the building. I did not accomplish that, at least under my definition, but the U.S. courts think differently. And so at that point, I proceeded up a set of scaffolding. I was, I believe, one of the first people on the Southwest scaffolding. And this is quite out of character for me, but I had seen there were a large number of people who had brought the most gorgeous and massive American flag that I had seen. And they had spread it out on the Lower West Terrace. It was a sight to behold, just to see all these people, collectively spreading out this flag and waving. and making a display to say, we love this country, and we mean very seriously for its betterment. And I took a selfie. I'd never take selfies. And you can see in court documents, I'm disheveled. I've got my long hair that I hadn't cut because of COVID. I had meant to make a statement that, it had been, I usually wear my hair quite short. It had been that long since we had last had a sense of normalcy in the country. And so I'm quite happy to see the display. It was heartwarming. It was one of the first major protests I'd ever gone to, and so I was quite moved to see so many people coming together for a common cause. And then I proceeded on to, I guess you could call it the Upper West Terrace, or I think I would just refer to it as where the president is sworn in, where he gives the inaugural address. And there were a large number of people. There was one guy who was standing, I'll never forget the sight. He was standing on the handrail, and he was waving an American flag from a flagpole with all of his might. He was just putting his back into it, and it was touching, the enthusiasm that he had, the joy that he felt in being a part of a momentous occasion, a part of a real protest. And anyway, from that point forward, I was part of a crowd of people, and we were all moving in a similar enough direction. We had been moving forward towards the entranceway from which the president proceeds for the inaugural address. I'm sure you've seen it on TV, which is now called the tunnel. The
Lower West Terrace Tunnel. Yeah. Which is funny because I actually went to the Capitol recently, and when you look at it after the fact, and you look at the scale of everything, the so-called tunnel is really 10 feet deep. It's not a real tunnel, but
perhaps an archway. I mean, generously it's a tunnel.
Generously, yes.
But it had some sort of a small wooden framework around it for some sort of renovation that was going on, or maybe there was bunting to be put on there for the inauguration. I'm not sure exactly what, but there was a little bit. So maybe the tunnel was 12 feet deep, let's say. And knowing now, there's 2 sets of double doors, and then there's some sort of a metal detector, and then you can proceed into the Capitol building. And so I was waiting patiently, milling around, conversations. I remember singing the national anthem at least 3 times, and it was quite moving, at least for me. I'm not a big attendee of sporting event or particularly large gatherings, and so to hear so many other Americans sing with such passion and to recall the imagery of that song, to realize that it is really it's a story of strength under fire, of resistance, of perseverance. It was inspiring. And so, I stood outside for quite some time, and I had noticed that there were a large number of people attempting to gain access. There was one gentleman who had broken a window into what I later learned was a congressman's office and climbing up the walls to enter in through. And I saw that as not exactly a legitimate entranceway. I was not a huge fan of the destruction of property, seeing as there was a door.
Hey guys, there's a door.
Well, I had thought that there was a doorway. Why not? And so I joined kind of a queue of people. I had been off to the side for a brief moment, but I joined sort of a queue of people who were trying to go through this tunnel. Excuse me. And so I was walking up the steps, and then I stood in the tunnel, and someone shouted, "Okay, enter on the right, leave on the left." And it was at that point, kind of halfway into the tunnel, that I got a full view of what the situation was. And it wasn't people entering the building specifically. It was people trying to gain entry, and the police were plugging up the end, which I thought was quite dangerous. And I believe at this time, This is, several hours after Trump's speech, but prior to anyone being aware that there was a request made that people disperse. And so I had been under the impression that, we were just going to walk in. And at this time, to my knowledge, Congress had already left. There were no congressmen in the building. And so the resistance imposed by the police was unnecessary, especially so because there were already a large number of protesters in the building, a large number of peaceful people milling around, a gentleman giving an address on, I believe it was it the Senate floor that our dear friend in the Buffalo Horns gave a prayer for America, or was it?
Yes. Yeah. Chansley was actually, he was getting a guided tour by the Capitol Police. I and several others at this point, were, as you said, milling around, moseying, meandering.
And quite peacefully, I might add, with no destruction of property, no great disrespect. I'm going to digress and waffle on something that I found quite distasteful for quite a long time. I find the description that was used oftentimes in the media and also by my own prosecutors, the term "a sacred space," I find so horrible to employ in the context of the United States, in any case, but specifically the Capitol. This is a country which recognizes a separation of the church and state. And so to try to mythologize and make a religion of our civic buildings is ridiculous. And quite honestly, it's insulting. I would not hold anything sacred which is not germane to my own religion. And so I would not assume anyone else to do the same. I would assume everyone else to do the same. I would not assume that if you were, say you were a Jewish individual and you practice Judaism, and so you hold your synagogue and various other holy sites to be sacred, but to call a building, which is a meeting place of representatives of the people, to be calling that sacred, seems almost disrespectful to your own religion.
Well, yeah, they would call it the sacred temple of democracy. But keep in mind, not long before Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House was Dennis Hassert. He sexually abused children. So I mean, to refer to the people in Congress or even the structure itself as a temple of democracy, it's more like a brothel. Yeah, but that's just the typical hand-wringing, pearl-clutching, and crocodile tears that we saw. I mean, they immediately after January 6th, they started pushing out atrocity propaganda, saying things like people smeared feces on the walls, which is completely untrue. But
of course,
but people, it's all part of the same, sort of thing where they're the victim. The whole district is a victim. Yeah.
And so, to return, I had entered into this tunnel, and there were a large number of people trying to get entry. And at that point, it was a certain, impressionability, you might say, a certain, willingness to go along with the crowd that took over. And it seemed like the best course of action was just to do what everyone else was doing, go with the flow. And there were a large number of people pushing. I believe there was a chant of heave ho. And so I assisted in pushing to try and move the police out of the way. And there was a brief lull. A number of people moved forward. I followed the crowd. And at that point, somebody had shouted shields to the front. There were a large number of plastic shields that were passed forward, defensive implement, I might add. And, you can see there's the video evidence of this. I think you can even find it on YouTube. There's one shield, I take it overhead, pass it to a person ahead of me. Second shield, same situation. And I believe it's the third shield where I pass it overhead, and there's no recipient. You can see I even look at bewilderment. Hey, is anyone going to take this from me? And at that point, I have a plastic shield, and I conclude to myself, at least, that it would be best to hold on to this because it's a flat piece of plastic. It doesn't have a hard edge. It seems very much designed for, safety. And so it would be to my own safety to hold on to it, but it would also ensure that everyone else is safe because it's not a hard elbow. It's somewhat soft. It could be deflected. And so if somebody bumped into me or something like that, it would probably be best that they bump into the shield rather than my head or something like that. And so I move forward once more, and I make note, and I regret not having made everyone else aware of this, that there's a rather disheveled-looking man in the corner. If you can imagine a tunnel, there's the two sets of doors, and behind the second set of doors, and there's a small threshold, and so it's perhaps a foot or two in width, narrowing the width of the hallway. There is a man crouched down, bleeding profusely from his head. He has long, I think graying hair, cargo shorts. I think he was wearing a green, sort of not quite jean cloths, but something like that, long sleeve shirt. And he was, seemingly very out of sorts, and I thought to myself, it'd be nice to get that guy some medical attention. A head wound is something you want to take seriously. And I paid attention to him, but there was a police officer blocking the path to attempt to escort him out. And I thought to myself, well, there's thousands of people here, millions even. Someone is going to get to him. And I regret that I didn't pursue that more forcefully, but young men, sometimes we're a little lazy. And at that point, I was placed, basically on the front row against the police, and the crowd made to push forward, to heave and hoe, and I found very quickly that it was all I could do to remain standing. I wasn't pushing or attempting to move forward at that point. I was just trying to stay on my feet. And it was quite a large amount of force. And I learned firsthand that, it may seem nice from the back, but once you're really in the swing of things, it's not quite as pleasant. And so, after that experience, I kind of made it my duty, or rather, I made it my goal to leave from there with some swiftness. But unfortunately, there were a large number of people who were still behind me, and so I couldn't leave. I went over to the left-hand side, which was the side which was given for exiting, but there was no easy way for me to leave. And so I was standing there, pressed by the crowd forward, when I encountered an officer who is now known as Officer Daniel Hodges, who gave testimony to Congress and seems to have quite the chip on his shoulder, if I do say so.
Well, I would too if I was filmed going.
Well, I give it to him. He had a rough day. So I'm face to face with Officer Hodges. And I believe his police training, but at the time it was rather aggravating that he had no willingness or interest in engaging, simply to acknowledge me as another human being. And so you can tell from how much I'm talking right now, I'm a bit of a motor mouth. And at that time, whipped up a little bit, I just looked at him and I said, hey man, you should just go home. You got all these guys around you, and this situation is volatile. This, I didn't say it quite so eloquently, but I was meaning to say that this is a very volatile situation, and the police presence is just worsening it. We're not here to do anything to anyone. We've come unarmed. We're regular, humble citizens of this country. We're law-abiding. We have no desire to harm anyone, and you're just worsening it by treating us as if we're filth, that we have no right to be here. So why is it that you guys are still here? Why don't you all just go home, and we are going to just stand around? I mean, this was my logic at the time. However reasonable you find it now, that was what I was thinking. And So I'm telling this man this, and he is refusing to acknowledge me. And it was a frustrating situation, but I didn't, react in any way. And then came time for the crowd to push. And so the crowd pushes forward, and, the air has almost left my lungs at this point. I'm having a difficult time standing. My feet have left the floor at this point. There is just so much force from, I think maybe 10 or 12 ranks of people pushing forward. And, many of them strong men. There was a gentleman behind me who was taller than me and stronger than me by far. And, I'm simply standing right there, attempting to not make myself into an issue by falling on the floor and having to be escorted out medically. And then the crowd recedes for a moment, and I attempt to move backwards to allow a little bit of space. And in the space I allow, Officer Hodges, rather than moving himself to a more advantageous position, moves himself to a worse position. He puts his back quite literally against the wall, against the buttress for the threshold of the doorway. And I didn't say it very eloquently, but I said, "Look out, dude, you're about to get squished." I saw that he had back against a hard surface rather than the soft surface of his fellow officers or, an open space. He had put his back against a doorway. And there is no way that with the amount of force I was feeling that he was going to enjoy what was to come next. Now, I wasn't in any great pain or discomfort from the movement. It simply meant that I just had difficulty breathing for the 5 seconds or so that people were pushing on. And at that time, I noted very strongly that when you have the air leaving your lungs and you're having difficulty breathing, it's very difficult to shout. I was not able to shout out to people that I couldn't breathe. That was actually impossible for me. I would not have been able to do that for 9 minutes.
Yeah.
And sorry. And so I was stood there, and I was looking at this officer whom I had no quarrel with. And I was attempting to tell him, "Hey, you should really choose a different place to stand. You're in some danger yourself. You've placed yourself into a worse position." And he ignored me again. And I said, "Well, enough. I don't have any power in this situation. I'm just one man." And the crowd pushes once more, and I'm again just trying to hold my feet above the floor, just trying not to fall. And he is, pinned, I would say, against the doorway, and he's unable to move. I'm unable to move when another man who's wearing a gas mask comes from the left-hand side. He's free of the press of the crowd, and he reaches through the destroyed window of the doorway, and he begins to bother Officer Hodges, who has a free arm, the one that was on the side that was pinned against the doorway. And so Officer Hodges begins to flail around with his baton. And, I suppose he's trying to strike this guy in the gas mask, but I'm not sure entirely what his plan is. And then the man in the gas mask, who has 2 arms free, reaches and grabs for the baton. And so now there's a struggle while the crowd is pressing for this baton. And, with some of my breath, I just shout, "Drop the stick," because I couldn't think of a better way of referring to it. And also, I just simply wanted that conflict. It seemed like it was going to be a pretty volatile one. Why are we trying to disarm the cops? Hodges wasn't doing anything with the baton in the first place. It wasn't like it mattered. And, why are we trying to steal things from the police? We don't want to do this. We want to get in the building. And so after some time, the man with 2 arms versus the man with 1 arm, obviously, the guy in the gas mask is the victor. And so he removes the baton from Hodges' custody, and then he comes back for a second dip. He took his hands and he placed them on Hodges' gas mask, his police gas mask, and he begins to bring it away from his face. And the straps on the gas mask go over your entire head. They're tight to, if they're fitted well, they're tight to your scalp and to your ears. And he pulls and pulls, and it's at that point that Hodges begins to scream. And I can only conclude now, looking back at the video and having seen it several times, Hodges was probably in a large amount of discomfort from having his hair pulled and his ears pulled, because I, at the time, was not in a large amount of discomfort on my chest from being pressed by the crowd. Now, I couldn't move, but I was not being crushed. I would like to make that very clear. I did not feel a pain or discomfort in my rib cage or anything like that. And I was not adding any force to this interaction. I was simply standing. So I would feel that the amount of force felt would be equivalent. But Hodges begins screaming. And it takes me, in quite a loud environment, it takes me a few moments to even recognize that fact. And, I'm sorry that I wasn't more reactive. But I saw this happening right in front of my face, and I thought to myself, how can I help this guy? So I scream as loud as I really could to the crowd, hey, let me back, let this guy breathe, let me back. And, thankfully there are enough people around to hear me that they began to recede. And so the force on me diminished and the force on him diminished. And so he is able to relax for a moment. There's a bit of space created. And I look over at him and I simply ask him, hey, are you okay? And finally, the first human reaction from him that whole day, he nods. He says, yeah. And so now that his gas mask has been removed, I took his face shield, which was on his helmet, and I placed it to lower it so that, no projectile or tear gas or, pepper spray could be used on him. And I closed it. And then there was a larger officer whose name escapes me. I think it was Abdullah or something like that.
The guy behind him, right?
Sorry?
The guy behind him?
Yeah. And he was, a larger gentleman, probably, I don't know, maybe 6'4". His height is not in question right now. It's simply that I was waving at him, gesticulating wildly, and he didn't really notice. I suppose he was scanning the crowd behind me. And finally, I gave up, and I tapped him on the shoulder, and I made motion to sort of indicate that, his friend was hurt. Hodges should have some medical attention brought to him. And I couldn't, I refused to stop indicating to him until I got some acknowledgement. So finally, after like 3 or 4 attempts, the guy nodded. And so, I'm happy enough with that situation. Hodges seems, whatever his situation is, he seemed kind of done for the day. And so I was happy enough to, allow him to, go about. So, to conclude, Hodges is now, in my mind, he's being attended to by his fellow officers, and the crowd had receded, I think probably in part due to my screams. And so I, a little bit hyped up, a little bit addled, not thinking very clearly at this point, I looked over to the gentleman whose scalp was injured, at the very least, who was bleeding, and I said to myself, if I can get him out when I leave, then I've done my good deed today. And so I went over to extract this gentleman, whereupon I'm struck on the leg and the head, which I don't know if you're aware of this. There are specific guidelines in riot control training. There's a green, a yellow, and a red zone in which it's acceptable to use force. So if you're swinging a baton, you can hit people in the legs or the extremities. Those are green. You may be able to strike people on the chest. That's a yellow zone. But the head is a red zone. You're never to strike someone on the head because you could severely injure them. You could possibly kill them, give them permanent injury. Right. And so I was struck several times in the head, and I was struck also on the leg while I was attempting to go over to the right-hand side and extract this gentleman in the cargo shorts. And at that point, I had kind of forgotten about him. And I looked to the officers in front of me, and I kind of attempted to deflect their blows. And I stood for a few moments in front of them, and then I began to move back over to the left-hand side, whereupon someone was attempting to close the door, or perhaps I'm having my order of events mixed up. In any case, there was an officer, I think his name's Jason Mastany, who was attempting to close the doorway. And these doors actually are kind of unique, I would find, in that they open outwards. Usually a door on a home or something like that will open inwards because then the hinges are more secure and so on and so forth. But these opened outwards. And so I, maybe innately I understood that if these doors are closed and there were a group of people pressed against them, then this could lead to a crush because there would be nowhere for them to go. If the doors open inward, it wouldn't be a concern. So I opened the door once more, and there was a bit of a, scuffle or whatever, and eventually the door was held open. And then, I'm deflecting these blows from the police, and then I was pepper sprayed, and I could have persisted, but I thought to myself, I've been pepper sprayed. There's an opportunity for me to leave. I might as well just take that opportunity. And so I left from the tunnel, and so that's where the video of me concludes. There are a few more things about that day, if you have the time for them, that I'll tell you.
Sure.
So from that point forward, I left. I was sniffling a little bit. It had been my first time being pepper sprayed. I'm not given to approaching women alone late at night, so it just doesn't happen to me. So I left from the upper terrace, and I was navigating my way down what I believe are the northwest stairs on the terrace, and I was attempting to go down to the reflecting pool. A brief aside, there is, at this point, no reception in D.C. I had maybe one bar of reception, and my father's phone was not working at all. In fact, there were entire hours in which I had no service at all. For a major metropolitan area, I would say that's rather suspicious. It seems very much like cell service was being deliberately excluded so that people would have difficulty in reporting things.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know if you experienced this, but that's what I experienced.
I did. You're not alone in that.
Yeah. And so, my father and I, who had traveled there together, but we had been separated quite early on. About the time that I arrived at the Capitol, he and I did not see each other. But we had set as a mutual meeting point the reflecting pool. And so, seeing as that was, more or less the end of my day, I said, okay, I'll go down to the reflecting pool. And as I'm walking down, sniffling and having difficulty opening my eyes, a gentleman from some news organization, I think it's like a smaller paper, said, "Hi, I'm with such and such. Would you like to do an interview?" And you can imagine somebody sniffling full of snot and just, "I'm good. I'm nobody important. I'm good." And so I proceed downstairs. And a kind gentleman, he actually had some of the neutralizer spray for pepper spray. I think it's a milk-based product. I'm not sure. But he gave me some of that, and I felt thoroughly refreshed. The irritation was gone within about 5 minutes after that. And I went down to the reflecting pool. I rinsed my face off so that it wasn't quite so covered. And then I set about waiting for my father. And I waited, I would say, about 20 or 30 minutes, and he had not come down. And I said to myself, well, he may be in a place where it's difficult to leave. I'll go in the crowd and search for him. And, this maybe wasn't the best one, because, of course, it was a huge crowd of people. And I walked back up the same way I had come and went up the stairs. But, rather, before I had gone all the way up, I went onto the green of the Capitol, the lawn, and I simply stood around looking for him. Perhaps he was close by. And it was at that point that I made the acquaintance of a young woman who was taking some photographs, and I struck up a conversation with her. I said, hey, you're at the Capitol. How are you feeling? And she said, oh, I'm doing wonderful. I'm a journalist. And I said, oh, really? You're a journalist? That's wonderful. I love journalism. I think that everything should be documented, and I think it's a great thing that you're here. And she said, well, thank you very much. I'm trying to get some good pictures. And I said, well, actually, there's a lot going on up there, pointing towards the Capitol. Would you like to get closer? And she said, well, I'm scared. I'm not sure I'll be safe up there. And I said, oh, nonsense. You'll be all right. Nobody here hates journalists. You just come with me. And she looked a little bit doubtful, but she was happy enough to come with me. She had me hold her tripod case. And this woman's name's Katerina. She is a Ukrainian journalist. And so So I, simply brought her up and through the crowd. I was searching for my father, and I thought, well, might as well bring somebody up if they're going to take pictures and document things fairly. And so as I meandered my way through the crowd, she took some photographs. I believe at this time somebody was bringing up a folding step ladder. They were, passing it hand over hand to put it on the Upper West Terrace. And then we eventually made it up to the terrace. She took some photos, and we spent probably overall 10 or 15 minutes there, at which point she said that her phone or her camera was out of battery, whatever the case was. She wanted to leave, and I said, oh, okay, sure. And so then I brought her all the way back down through the crowd, and she said, wow, that was pretty crazy. These people are going crazy. I said, well, yeah, it's a little crazy. And then, she was standing down by the roadway, and she said, okay, well, my ride's coming. And I said, okay, here you go. Passed her back her tripod, and she gave me a hug and said, thank you so much. You've been like my guardian angel. Didn't even think anything of it, It was just walking around looking for my dad. And at that point, I had still not found this man. I don't know where he was at the time, but he certainly wasn't anywhere near me. So I made my goodbye, said my goodbyes with Katerina, and then I turned back around and I looked again for my father. And finally, after however long of search, I do end up finding him. And I was wondering where he was, and he had been wondering where I was. He'd seen me was entering the tunnel. He didn't see me leave, so he was kind of concerned. And then we both concluded that we were, pretty much done for the day. And then someone took a megaphone and they played President Trump's address, which goes to the effect of, you're wonderful people, but you really should go home now. This is the end of the protest, so on and so forth. And we thought that that was a good time to beat feet. So the two of us, which the message had been sent apparently quite some time beforehand, but of course nobody had cell phone service. I don't use Twitter. I had no awareness of this message going out, and I don't think anyone else did either. This was maybe 5 o'clock in the afternoon, if not later, that anyone in the crowd was really aware that there had been a recommendation to disperse. And so the two of us took off. We walked back to the car, and then we zoomed on out of there. And at the time, I think the full impact had not sunk in, or what have you. And I thought to myself, wow, that was a really rambunctious protest. But I had, and I don't know if anyone else had, been primed by the media to believe that, even violence up to the point of burning down businesses, attempting to murder white children who, are 17 years of age, attempting to clean up their community. I had believed that, at least according to the media, these were peaceful protests. And so I had not thought anything of what had happened at January 6th, given that there were no fatalities on the part of the protesters did not kill anyone. The police did, but the protesters did not. There had been no fires lit. I had not seen, any businesses burned or looted. In fact, actually, there weren't any. And so my understanding at the time was that this was simply a protest. Given that the mostly peaceful protests the entire preceding year had caused trillions of dollars in damage, I thought to myself, well, this isn't even a blip. Little did I know that this would lead to the most costly and far-reaching manhunt in the history of the United States, to this point at least. And so, I think that summarizes what happened. I'm sorry to take so long.
No, it's good. The more details, the better, because I always prefer to leave it open-ended, because I want people to get whatever details they can out. Because you're a primary source. You're an eyewitness. You're a primary source, and that's super important for history, because at the end of the day, the only other official sources really are the DOJ and the media, which just repeats the DOJ. So that's why I always say from start to finish, if you could, like what happened, because like they only focus on these tiny little snippets, like some officer crying because it's just like, well, what else was going on at the time, and so with that, obviously, like like you said, the full weight of the situation hasn't really hit you yet.
Mm-hmm.
From you reconnect with your father. What happens from this point on? How soon do you get picked up? How do you get identified? And what's going through your mind at this time?
I think that we, collectively, my father and I, we felt a feeling of frustration and a little bit of disappointment that there had been no meaningful action. As you know, Mike Pence refused to act under the purview of the President of the Senate as the Vice President. He did not wish to anger his masters by enforcing his authority to essentially decertify the election or refuse to certify the election. And so there was no open debate held. And that, they say of the timing of it that it was partly due to rambunctiousness, but I feel strongly that there was never a real desire for a debate, and that in any case, the two of us were largely frustrated that what we had set out to do was not accomplished. And then he and I made, we departed, we went our separate ways, and due to a change in life circumstances, I had lost my job due to COVID. I was living with my mother, who is quite terrified of COVID. And so, owing to that, having been at a large gathering, I was informed that I ought to quarantine. And so I stayed at my father's house for a couple of weeks in order to allow that sort of psychosis to subside. And so I was staying at my father's property, which was undergoing renovation. And so I was spending most of my day renovating the property and, relaxing at night, of course. And I was, not exactly paying attention to the news. And I was hearing more and more that, there was something, the Capitol, so on and so forth, but I wasn't even watching any news clips. I had no awareness that I was apparently, is that an urban bird? I was basically, sorry?
I was just laughing at the bird.
Oh, okay. I was living sort of under a rock, and I was contacted out of the blue. I mean, I had friends on the internet. We played video games and the like, but I was contacted out of the blue by a schoolmate, and he said, "Hey, man, how you doing? Where are you right now?" And, it's not really anything I think much of when a friend of mine asks me a question like that. I say, I'm over at my father's at this residence if you'd like to drop by. And he says, yeah, sure thing, man. It'd be cool. And little did I know that this was actually a calculated question. And they wanted to know my whereabouts so they could inform the FBI. And so after that, they, as well as 14 other old school friends of mine, people I'd known even to the second grade, and of course I'd been long out of high school. So these are people with whom I had a long acquaintance or friendship. They all reported me to the FBI, and most insultingly, they spelled my last name incorrectly. Now I know it's difficult. But to spell your name wrong after knowing you for 14 years, I mean, that hurts.
Those degenerates.
I couldn't agree more. And so these people, without the decency of warning me or saying, hey, we're doing this, no, they just simply send the government against me. And I'm blissfully unaware of all of this. So on the evening of January 19th, my father and my stepmother were over at the property. We had done some work on it, and I had elected to make a nice meal because I had thought, it's a nice evening. We might as well do something. So I was making a pork roast. I had made German red cabbage, which takes quite some time to simmer. And I was also making mashed potatoes. My stepmother's allergic to pork, so I was making a roast chicken for her. And for dessert, I was making pound cake. And so I was mixing the butter and the sugar together as I hear some crunching on the gravel outside the house. Now, this is quite unusual because it's January and it's the middle of the night. It's perhaps 7:30 or 8 o'clock at night. There's nobody supposed to be around. And I, don't think too much of it. I mean, perhaps it's the neighbors or something like that. And then I see some flashing lights up out the front of the house. I'm perplexed. So I go out to check, or rather I go forward to check, and then there's, several jackbooted all-black officers waving rifles at me, through the windows, yelling, FBI, open up! Straight out of a movie. And, there's no statement about a warrant. There's nothing about anything, and I'm, my first thought is, please, I hope everyone is safe. So I very slowly, stuck my head down the basement, stairs, and I yelled to my father and stepmother, hey, the police are here. Please, get ready. Because of course you don't want people to be unaware the police are there. You want them to be in full view so that they're not fired upon needlessly. And so we went out with our hands up, and I very slowly opened the door, whereupon I was snatched out of my house with no mention of a warrant. I had no shoes. They grabbed me and roughly handcuffed me. Despite me having given up peacefully, having no criminal record, having no firearms, they treated me as if I was, El Chapo. And then I was brought back into the house, whereupon, they wouldn't allow me to put my own shoes on, and they were rather rough. And then, I'm unceremoniously shoved into the back of this car, and I got a good count of them. There were at least 20 FBI agents, including an APC, for me. I mean, just one guy. And, they grabbed me and they put me in the back of the car. No warrant, no evidence that this is a legitimate arrest, by the way. They just had more guns. And no badges, no presentment. I mean, this could very well have been a hit squad if they had chosen. You could very easily collect 20 guys in a big truck, and you could arrest whomever you like in America, it seems. And so I was then escorted to the FBI field office by a number of mask-wearing individuals. And at the FBI field office, I suppose there was one woman who was giving a psychological evaluation. I would describe my temperament at the time as somewhat defiant, or perhaps you might say upset. I don't know if anyone is ever quite happy to be arrested, but I never cursed at anyone or made a threatening remark or anything of the sort. I simply was just upset that I felt my rights had been violated and that there was no necessary. There was. If the FBI had wanted to have an interview, which, of course, what fool gives an interview to the police, they could simply have requested it. They could have telephoned me, and I would have been happy to tell them to their face that I was uninterested. Or if they had said, sir, we're going to have to arrest you, here's the warrant, I would have turned myself in. Not gladly, but I still would have followed the law. And so to treat me as if I am some sort of a criminal, and not only that, some kind of a person of low moral character, was very stinging. I did not enjoy that. And so I was arrested, booked by the FBI. They took a genetic swab, and then I was escorted to the Yonkers police station by a pair of regular police officers for Yonkers, New York. And they were playing ghetto rap in the police cruiser. I remember distinctly that they played a song that had a bar that said "fuck the police." And I thought, how ironic that these two white officers are playing this music about hating the police when they are in fact police.
Is this irony?
Is irony? And so then I was brought into a small cell. It's, your old style kind of drunk tank, wooden board, and there's no pillow or anything like that. I was just given a blanket. So I tossed and turned and was very uncomfortable the whole night. And then the next morning I was brought the police station to the courthouse, whereupon I was made to wait for pretty much the whole day for a court appointment. So I was introduced via the phone because everything's a telecourt thing at this point. It's January 20th, the inauguration day. So I was introduced to Jason Sir, who was my court-appointed lawyer. At this point, I was not afforded an opportunity to call home, to contact my parents. There was no facility provided to me to actually make my own arrangements. They assumed strongly that I would use this court-appointed lawyer, and being a naive and, somewhat hopeful young man, I had believed simply that this would be a personal recognizance bond. I had thought, I have no criminal record, I have a history of employment, I'm a citizen in good standing, and this is a minor incident. I ought to be allowed to go home today. And so I thought that Jason Sir would achieve this. And so I had no great demands on him. I simply assumed that all would go well. And so then he was in his office, and I sat opposite my FBI agent, who I later learned was in the counterterrorism task force. An agent, I believe his name is Bill Slattery, some name of that. He was quite testy, we might say. He watched the inauguration of the 46th President, Joe Biden, from his phone with his feet up opposite me, January 20th in the Yonkers courthouse. And I can tell you the dirty looks that he shot me, they beg your belief. He was mad sitting there watching me.
Yeah.
It was a surreal experience. That's an inauguration I'm never going to forget.
Well, congratulations on making the big leagues with the Joint Terrorism Task Force. You made it, fam.
I made it. So then I'm sitting there in the courthouse waiting. And finally there's this judge. He's a magistrate. He's newly elected because it's the new season. And he is just so far out of his depth with this case. You can tell from the word go, he's not liking being in front of all the cameras. I learned later that there were, now of course this is not a real courtroom. I was just escorted to some room that had a, web camera in it. I was informed that there were more than 400 journalists on the line listening in. So you can imagine the pressure that this newly minted judge felt, that he had to perform exactly as they expected him to. And so he stared down his nose at me and said how dangerous of a man I am and how terrible it is, while the prosecution began to list off all these imagined wrongdoing, saying how I'm such a flight risk because I happen to be a dual citizen. Now, I'm not aware of anything to the contrary. So where I left off, this judge was, sort of quaking in his boots from the pressure, and the prosecution was making up all these sort of statements about me. And I happen to be a German citizen as well as an American one. And, I love the country of Germany, but I grew up in America, and I consider myself an American. I consider myself steeped in American principles on freedom and liberty, and there is no other country that I would spend my entire life in. As much as I love Germany and mean very seriously to connect to that culture, I would find difficulty living there. And I was not going to run to another country, firstly, but more than that, Germany has an extradition treaty with the United States. The entire European Union does. To what country could I have fled that being a German citizen would have allowed me to stay in any more than being an American one would have?
Right.
It beggars belief that this is an excuse that they use to keep someone incarcerated. And now we mean to say that those people who have a dual citizenship are, less loyal to America. I believe that to be an utterly farcical statement. I mean, this is a slander against so many of our elected representatives who happen to be dual citizens of Israel, which is our greatest ally. That is very unfair to say. How dare you accuse these people of having hidden loyalties and dual loyalties? That is an anti-immigrant slander, and I found it to be quite discriminatory. Honestly, it was quite insulting.
Very, very insulting.
There are quite a few people who flee the law and live on the lam without having dual citizenship, I might add. There are quite a few people who have been flight risks and are simply American. The whole theme of it was simply put that no, young man, you are not to leave our custody. And Jason Sir, to his credit, didn't do anything. He made no arguments to rebut the absolute lack of facts on which they had based their case. They were saying all manner of things about how dangerous I am, and I thought to myself, well, in what way? Whom have I harmed? I've caused no injury to anyone. I have no weapons. I'm not trained with destructive devices. I'm not prone to outbursts. I don't have a history of violence. There's nothing that the government could make a claim of, which is represented in fact, that would have indicated that I was unworthy of bond. And it should be the policy of any court to grant bond, because the individual accused is presumed innocent, and so therefore they ought to be allowed to continue living their life until such time as they're convicted. And it would only be under usual circumstances that they would be prevented from doing the same. But I'm really getting off the topic here. I'm sorry.
No, it's all fair, because I mean, at the end of the day, they created things like the Cressman 6 factors, all kinds of basically. I mean, they pulled a bunch of stuff out of their ass to turn J6ers into this special subclass of criminals, and again, without the convictions, just so that they could deny us bail or destroy our cases ahead of time. So I mean, it's all super important.
Absolutely. So needless to say, I was denied bond, and I was told I was a very bad boy. And the judge had a parting shot. I remember this now. It warms my heart to hear him say, I was arrested on January the 19th, of course. He said, "Thank God we got him before the inauguration." Me, who was sitting at home making a pork roast in my home in New York. What exactly was I going to do? I was going to go to work the next day. There was nothing for me to worry about. It was so farcical. But he has this little line, and I was escorted then to the Valhalla County Jail, which is Westchester County, and Valhalla. It supposedly is a nice enough facility. I was brought in and I was evaluated about mental health, at which point, I think any young man or any person really for their first arrest or any time being arrested would be a little bit distraught, and I was upset, but I didn't express anything of a worrying nature. I simply put, yes, I'm very unhappy. I don't like being here. I think that were I to be given a 5-year sentence for any sort of, imagined wrongdoing, that I would probably be very, very upset if the government chooses to, with their infinite power, find me guilty on some nonsense and sentence me to 10 years, then I would have a very, very difficult time accepting that. Those are the ideas that I expressed to this mental health professional. Supposedly they're a professional.
Did they make you wear the turtle suit?
I was slightly luckier than that. At this point, they said, no, we're going to put you under mental health evaluation. So rather than being allowed to interact with other inmates or able to move around, engage in recreation activities, I was placed into the mental health ward of the Valhalla jail. And I spent the better part of 10 days, 23 hours a day in my cell, 1 hour a day out, and able to do your usual shower, watch television, make telephone calls, and how limiting it is to not be able to make a phone call or speak with family members and things like that. So I was doing rather poorly at that time. I can recall they were feeding everyone with disposable clamshells because they don't want cross-contamination or germs, COVID. And so the first day they gave me a plastic spork with my which is disposable and not very good. I thought that it was going to come with every meal, so I simply threw it away with my empty tray. No siree, that was my utensil, and they were very irate that I had not kept my utensil. So the next day, which I believe was a Thursday somehow, I'm not sure how, whatever it was, I ended up eating my lunch with my hands, which was chicken with mashed potatoes. Have you ever sat inside of a prison cell and eaten chicken and mashed potatoes with your hands? It's not a humanizing experience. That was a low point in my life, and I thank them for that because it has made me stronger.
Do not go to a protest, little Jimmy. You will end up eating potatoes with your hands.
I got the lucky moment of being in there, and I can recall the first night I was able to make a phone call from the bullpen before they assigned me a cell, and I was able to call my father, and it had been more than a day given that I was arraigned and denied bond. And, the emotions were a little bit raw. But I can remember that was the first time that I cried calling him. Not because I was so upset by the outcome, although I was. It was simply that he offered some words and said that there were quite a few people on the outside who were rooting for me, who had my back, were supportive. And I was touched by that fact, that there was enough support for, just a guy like me, and that there were kind people who thought of me in that way. That was very moving for me, and I was overcome. So that was pretty much the only time I cried. Sorry to overshare. But after that, 10 days in there, and then I was brought out with no notice, no information of my cave, and I was placed again in a bullpen. Whereupon a curly-haired, bearded gentleman was brought in, also in oranges, and his level of enthusiasm was quite high. And he, came in and said, "Hey, how you doing, brother?" And I was a little taken aback. I had just spent 10 days hardly interacting with humans. And as you might imagine, this guy, he introduced himself. His name's Jake Lang. And he was very enthusiastic, talking about patriotism in this country and so on and so forth. And I was a little bit more reluctant to share information about me. And he was like, "Oh, that January 6th thing? I was there. It's the New American Revolution, Patriots." And I looked expected. And I said, January 6th, the thing at the Capitol. Would it surprise you to know I was there too?
Well, that's a coinky-dink.
Yeah. And, he and I got to talking just slightly, and within 5 minutes of our meeting, Jake was convincing me, or more accurately attempting to convince me that the Earth was flat.
He did that to me in Virginia.
Yeah. So we had been together for a few moments, and conferred bona fides that we both loved America, and that we thought it best that people have freedoms and things like that. And then it was on to the meat and potatoes about how the Earth was flat. And there's a secret base in Antarctica, and anybody who enters their airspace will be shot down, and so on and so forth. So I didn't have a lot of facts to counteract that, but I had a strong belief that it wasn't quite true. So I just said, "Oh, really? Oh, so I had no idea. Really? Wow." In case you ever want to hear me sound unconvinced. And so we were then escorted out and brought to a van in which there were 3 persons, myself, Jake Lang, and then another gentleman who was quite quiet was on. He was an older white man with black hair, and he, I would later learn, was named Jeff Sable.
You're my boy, Blue.
My boy. So we were escorted out. We were brought to the Orange County Jail, and I continued my tradition, which is to say, the entire 10 days in which I was locked inside of a small room with nothing to do, I read and memorized the regulations of the jail handbook. That was the only reading material provided to me. They refused to allow anyone to have a book. And so after that, I made that my modus operandi. When I arrived at a new place, that was simply the only reading material one had. So we get to Orange County in the afternoon. We're served a dinner of some kind of lukewarm slop. I read the handbook and go to sleep, and I'm awoken very early in the morning the next day and told that we are, in fact, traveling again. And so we are brought to Orange County to an airport, and we are flown across the country, amazingly, on Con Air. And that was quite the experience, to be masked up on the tarmac and told where to go, asked where who I was. And then I was brought to Oklahoma, as you might imagine, quite a cold place. And I was brought there with no jacket at all, so I was standing there in my T-shirt in Oklahoma as we were lined up and stood outside for the better part of an hour. We stood outside for some time, maybe not an hour that time. And we sat there, and then we were brought onto a bus, and this was quite late at night. I imagine it must have been close to 10 or 11 at night by the time we were put on the bus.
Yeah.
And then we were put on the bus, or rather the van, and there were some melanated gentlemen. Mr. Babel was placed in the front row because he was under closer observation. And then I had the pleasure of meeting a very articulate gentleman. He may have looked a little shifty, a little Puerto Rican-y, but I can tell you with the utmost confidence that he has a high quality of character, and that he is very, very intelligent. And I was struck by that intelligence very early on with his comments on the state of the country. I don't know if you remember his name. Can you recall who this guy is?
Oh, God, one Puerto Rican guy is a dime a dozen out here in these parts. I think, was his name Tim Hale?
I think it's Hale Cusinelli. Yeah, that guy. Now, meeting Tim, it was quite interesting, and it was refreshing. Jeff was rather withdrawn at the time. He had, I later learned, in a moment of quite a bit of distress, he had attempted to take his own life, and I think that he was still reeling from the experience of that. And who wouldn't? An older man who had led a professional career with a wife and kids and family, learning that for his simple wish to improve his country, his life would be upended and he may possibly not be able to see them again. Who would not feel such emotional turmoil? I can't blame him for his feelings at the time, although I would say that suicide is not an answer to anyone's problems. But it's a relatable course of action. And so he was withdrawn, and Jake was very ecstatic at meeting anyone willing to share his views and his feelings at any time. Whereas Tim was thoughtful and not withdrawn, but able to follow a steady pace of conversation. And it was quite a nice time to have a conversation partner who was able to follow the flow without attempting to control it entirely. And then at this point, I believe at this time he attempted a round of the national anthem, and the whole deal.
Yep.
And we were brought to the Grady County Jail. And brought into a large room where we were given these plastic boats to sleep on. They're
the sleds. Yeah.
Sleds. Maybe they're coffin shaped, I would say. There's a large television corner, a bathroom, and I think even a shower just in the public area. It felt very much like being a hamster in a cage, is the best way I could describe that room.
It was just it was a day room. We slept in a day room.
We slept in a day room, 100%. And we were there all of 6 hours, I think, before we were woken up and shuttled out once more, made to stand in the cold again. And then from New York, we were flown all the way to Oklahoma to be flown back to, I think it was an airfield in perhaps West Virginia or Virginia.
It was West Virginia, and then they had to drive us from West Virginia to the jail in Northern Neck.
Exactly. So we were driven across basically the breadth of the state of Virginia. Not quite, but all.
Yeah. Hey, let me ask you this. When we were in Grady County for that one fucking night, do you remember that guy who said he was a Canadian? And he was there with us.
He had a assault case, and he had been arrested for, I think it was a bar fight. Like, he had not been aware of it, and he left the country. And then when he re-entered, I believe he had been rearrested. Is that the case?
So, what I recall is like he said he had like an American girlfriend, or maybe he was staying somewhere in like Michigan or something. And he had said that he got in trouble for a fight when Trump was inaugurated in like 2017. And I'm like, that's a weird coincidence. You're just a Trump guy now. He was a Canadian. Yeah. He's illegal alien Canadian. It was just weird because he looked very, like he had a beard, but it looked very regulation to me. And seemed like he was wearing some nice brand new jeans and I think he had a hoodie or something. And I don't know if you remember, but he and the snake had this sidebar conversation in the corner, whispering to each other. And he just kept asking people about their cases. And I was just like, don't fucking tell this guy anything. Don't tell this guy anything. And then he just disappears.
You've always been more perceptive than me. I had not noticed that sidebar conversation. I was so tired at that point, though. I had not noticed that. I am sorry to say.
Yeah, Jeff didn't notice that either. I had asked Sable about this years later in the DC jail, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I completely fucking forgot about that." And I'm just like, but then when we were in Northern Neck, Jake became my cellmate, and he referred to this guy. He referred to, I don't know what his name is, but he said, yes, the Canadian Jew. And I'm like, he never said that. He never said he was Jewish. He just said he was Canadian. Wait, what? Did he say, what did I miss here? It was like, anyway.
I recall strongly Jake hitting it off with this guy. And I remember him, and I remembered his story slightly. I mean, not all the details, but I will confirm and corroborate 100%. This guy exists. This guy was there, and he most definitely did have a strong interaction with Jake Lang. That's a fact. I
can't prove anything from this, but in law, there are different kinds of informants. And one of them is called a Perkins informant. And that's somebody that's planted in a cell with you, literally just to listen to what you say and then report it back. And so I just thought it was interesting. Because like, as you said, we were only there for a few hours. We got there late at night and then we left early in the morning. This guy was there. We all got down, to our jammies, basically. We're in our civilian clothes. They didn't even give us jumpsuits. We're sleeping in these sleds. We get like a few hours of sleep at night. This guy gets down, basically to his shorts or whatever. He's pretending to sleep or whatever. And then, gets up and he gets extracted and it's time for him to leave. And it was just, he was there for a blip of time. It just seemed like he was there. Maybe not for the reason he said, but I don't want to be controversial. I feel insane sometimes because I remember all these details. We met Mike Curcio the morning after. He wasn't in there. He was in the Cimarron prison in Oklahoma. And so you, me, Lang, and Sable, and I think there was a couple Chomos and some other people, like we were on the tarmac to get on that plane, and that's when Mike Curcio linked up with us, and we started, singing the anthem on the tarmac or whatever. But it's weird. So like when we get down in West Virginia, we get driven on those, like, I guess they were like vans, or not like big. They were bigger than SUVs. They were like these vans. And Lang starts trying to basically stage a jailbreak. And he's trying to convince the guards that are driving us to let us go and just join us. And I'm like, this motherfucker's gonna get a shot.
He doesn't. There's no connection to reality. This is not gonna happen.
And it's just like I remember all these little details about the transit. Let's say, so I had to pick your brain about that. I just had to.
So, interestingly, you jogged my memory about who my neighbor was on the flight. I had the great pleasure of sitting next to a gentleman who went by the name of Tree, and he was being flown for a criminal complaint owing to a game of Madden football in which he became quite upset at losing the game, or perhaps about being clowned upon by his opponent. And so he killed him, his friend, over a game of Madden football. And this was my neighbor in the flight. Just an all around good guy.
He needs some tough acting to acting.
Yeah, I think that if he had only had more programs growing up, and if he had a church, then he would have been an even gooder boy who definitely didn't do nothing.
That's my boy Tree.
My boy Tree. Tree, my boy Tree.
We out here. Jesus Christ. I was sitting next to, Lang on the flights to Oklahoma, and he's right next to me, and he's bragging about fighting the cops for 3 hours with a bat. And I'm like, this dude is a fucking Fed. Shut the fuck. I'm not talking to this guy. He's trying to get me to talk about my kid. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not talking to you. He's bragging. He's got like 40,000 followers on Instagram. I was like, I'm famous. Dude, I don't know who the fuck you are. Stay the fuck away from me. And then the guy next to me, I'm sorry. So he's to my right. The guy to my left is claiming that he's like some naval intelligence officer. And I'm like, well, that's interesting because I was arrested by NCIS and I worked on a Navy base. And yeah, I'm not talking to you. And then there's a guy behind me. He had like some like, I don't know, some name like Pierre or something like that. I don't know what he actually said his name was, but he looked like a Pierre. Anyway, he said he was there. He said he was a J6er and he got like swatted and then he didn't show up with us though. I remember like I took a head count when we were all getting moved by the marshals and stuff. He wasn't there with us. He just disappeared after that flight to Oklahoma. So that was weird. And so like, yeah, I just remember these little details. Like how many coincidences, can there be? I don't know.
Any coincidence. It's just all coincidences.
Yeah. I noticed things. Right. So, okay. So they drove you from West Virginia. And then, obviously, so like at this point, I know that you and Sable actually get held back for a while. I think, was it about a week that all of us were together for about a week or so?
Something like that. We were several days held, in the Northern Neck jail, at which point we were in, I believe, A block of that jail, and A pod, rather. And I was housed with a younger looking, although he was older than me, blonde, skinny guy who went primarily by the name of Mouse. And he was, what a delight to have met him early on. He was on his second indictment. He had been picked up by the feds, and when questioned about what he had done, he would answer that he had hurt some people using computers. And I, being generous, had said, oh, like financial crime? And he's like, quite.
Oh my God. Is this, when you say Mouse, is this the skinny chomo Michael Lanham from New York?
Exactly. It is the same.
Yeah.
So he had been placed in my cell. He was my cellmate. And so he was my first real cellmate. And he was quite suspicious, I would say. Not exactly a squeaky clean individual. And I simply concluded, well, fine enough. I'm here to do my sentence. I'm not going to visit harm upon somebody else. I'm just going to let the federal government sort it out. And so for the time that I was with him, I just let bygones be bygones, watched TV, and, sorted it out. And I later learned that when I was held back for supposedly failing a COVID test, he was brought on to the D.C. jail. Am I correct?
That is right. He was with me, Curgio, and Lang. And there was another chomo, because Mike Curgio, he had a chomo in his cell, too. I called him Bubbles. I don't remember. He had these big old, birth control glasses. Black? No, it was like a short kitty diddler. Very short, kind of fat, short Kai. Did you ever watch Trailer Park Boys?
Oh, like that, Bubbles.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. So so the five of us went to DC, and then, Lanham. So when most of us came to DC, you had to quarantine in C2A before you went to C2B. Yeah. I didn't get that because so like the COVID thing, it's real weird to me. So like I passed a COVID test when they moved us from Virginia to DC. But as soon as I walked into DC, they said, they swabbed my nose and they said I failed the COVID test. I'm like, what? So they took me to a medical unit to quarantine. And who else did they bring with me but Michael Lanham, or Mouse? And then after about a week, then we went to Gen Pop together. and he was in my cell with me as my cellmate. And then I got moved to C2B directly. And then like a little bit after that, he just pops up and I'm like, oh, what's going on? Cause he had already said that he was doing the whole, why are you here? Why are you here? Oh, computer. What the fuck does that mean? I'm here for computer. For computer. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? He's like, child porn. I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. I thought you were J6er. But he gets brought to the unit anyway. And he says, and he gets brought. And this is why he said that they brought him to C2B. He said, oh, because I was with you and they brought you here. So I just told them that and they had to bring me. I'm like, you just told the jail they had to bring you here and oh, well, fuck, I could just tell them I have to leave then, right? Like that makes no sense.
It's idiocracy. It's obvious that he was attempting to fish some information, whether that was the jail's desire as well or what. He was clearly interested in acquiring some information for his benefit.
Yeah, because this was his second time around anyway with the kitty stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, not to speak too forcefully, but if you have a serious attraction to children, and you don't seek professional help, we can do away with you. I think that you're not really necessary for society to function.
Sir, there's a wall right there. Could you please face it?
Yeah, I disavow.
I disavow as well. I admonish myself.
Yeah, I'm self-flagellating right now. So this guy Mouse is my cellmate, and then I'm informed I've failed the COVID test. I didn't even study for it, so that makes sense. And I'm then placed into isolation, which is OPOD. And I remember distinctly that this was February because the Super Bowl fell on Valentine's Day, which was February 14th. And for the Superb Owl, I was in quarantine. And interestingly, because it was also previously a special housing unit for the jail, they thought that I was under punishment. And so I was by a television, which I had to stand, I remained standing in order to view. And so sometimes the guards would come by and simply close and lock the window so that I was unable to see the television. So I was locked for 23 hours a day inside of a room with the jail handbook in English and Spanish. And, I nearly became bilingual by the end of that. I can certainly tell you that the word for jail is carcel, or the word they chose. That was a joy. So I spent 2 weeks in there, just sort of, beat my head against the wall. And at which point I was finally brought out, and I was put into K-Pod, which I later learned is something like an honor dorm. I was placed into J, which is the general population intake dorm for that jail. And so I was in K-Pod for some time, at which point I believe it was like 5 or 6 or maybe even 7 days, after which Jeff Sable was escorted from quarantine. I'm not quite certain why it took him longer, but by that point I had an opportunity to shop at the commissary, and as I was able to provide him with a couple of items, some toothpaste that was not provided by the jail. They had a very lackluster toothpaste, some soap, and even some underwear, as apparently the jail would not issue you drawers. It was whatever you had on your body was your underwear for your entire stay. So if you had Fruit of the Loom, good for you. You have a pair of Fruit of the Loom boxers. If you had some socks, great. If you didn't, well, guess you got to buy some. It was not a fun play. And so then we spent several days together, and then I'm not certain for the reason, but I was brought from K-Pod to L-Pod, which are directly across from each other. They even have an adjoining door, which could be unlocked, but it never was. And so I spent the next several weeks, I believe, until early April. In what day was Easter Sunday that year? Was that in April?
Yeah, it would have been, was it the 12th or the 14th? Around there?
I believe. So I think it was until about April 1st or so, or maybe April 3rd even, that I was held in the Northern Neck Regional Jail. And I had been there for, at this point, about 2 months. I had settled in, and I expected this was where I was going to be held until such time as I went to trial or whatever, or I was allowed bond, I went up for bond several times while I was at Northern Neck. I had retained private counsel by that time, and I went, even while I was under quarantine, I went to a hearing, and it was a telehearing, so I didn't even leave the jail. And I had been scheduled originally to go before a magistrate judge to have my case heard and determine whether or not I would get bond, or in the federal case, a surety, whatever that is. And instead, my judge, Trevor McFadden, chose to hear the case himself. He wanted to supersede the magistrate. And so that was the first meeting with Trevor McFadden. I was sick with COVID, holding a telephone, waiting for my lawyer. And Lindy Urso was before the judge and argued for my release. And the judge said, "Oh, no, he's dangerous. He's a flight risk. We couldn't possibly countenance him leaving." So I was once again relegated back to jail. And it was at that point, that day, in fact, that I was brought from O-Pod quarantine into K-Pod. I'm sorry for not noting that earlier. And then in K-Pod, I made the acquaintance of a couple of people, including one of the brothers Apodaca, who are apparently well-known carteleños who were high up in a cartel organization, had been captured, and as part of a reduction in sentencing scheme, had agreed to testify against other high-ranking members of the cartel. And owing to this agreement, they were held in the Northern Neck Regional Jail for upwards of 8 years awaiting their sentencings. So they spent 8 years in a jail, which was one of the more miserable places on earth, because they were willing to rat on their erstwhile compatriots.
So it was worth it.
Oh, totally worth it. I mean, instead of getting life, they got 35 years, so they were happy. It's the minds of some people. In any case, I went to El-Pod, where I made the acquaintance of one Khalil Yassid, and one Ismail Thiab. And Khalil is a Palestinian by blood, whose family apparently owns the Yassid yogurt factory in Palestine. I'm not familiar enough with it to confirm or deny any of this, but his stories were quite fanciful, and he was a good companion who helped time pass. He would tell all sorts of ludicrous stories about when he went to music festivals and, ghosts and things like this. Nothing to be believed too strongly, but still, it was a good, refreshing thing to hear. And he apparently, at the time, was facing an indictment for alleged firebombing and witness intimidation in the District of Columbia, as well as the transit and sale of many thousands of pounds of marijuana. He says that the federal government, when they finally caught him, had him on a dump truck, quite literally a dump truck, full of marijuana. Say what you will, he was a fun storyteller. He was a nice guy. Ismail Thiab, on the other hand, was an Iraqi from Iraq who had come over under the identity of his deceased twin brother. He had come over during, Operation Desert Storm, the war in the Gulf, and had been living in America under a false identity for that time. He would not have been allowed to leave the country otherwise, supposedly for his government ties, which is an interesting fact. But he was living quite well until his wife, as he would put it, became too Americanized and began to have fanciful notions about individual liberty and, not having to obey his every command. And so he was undergoing a divorce, and he made threatening phone calls to his wife to the order of, "I don't care about you, bitch. I will burn you and the house down, and I will be rid of you for once and all." And, various sayings like that. And, he was a devout Muslim. He, was, eager to tell stories and to, enjoy what little, pleasures he could have. He was a diabetic who was always seeking people to help him skirt around the rules for diabetics. Diabetics are not allowed to purchase cookies, so he would have someone buy him cookies, and he would trade them back with a, mackerel pack or something like that, you know the deal. But he would pray 5 times a day. He would encourage Khalil to pray, and Khalil was, not really that Muslim, so he was like, "Oh yeah, sometimes not." But I can recall, I'm sorry to tell you all these like little stories, but Ishmael they had these steel tables in the day room that were, the types of people in jail, they're not clean. They were, people pick their nose and wipe it on it. There's people who don't take showers or wash their hands well. Soap costs money, so nobody uses soap. All this terrible stuff. And Ishmael, he would just slap his tortilla right down on the table, and then he'd prepare his food and put it in the tortilla, roll it up, and eat it. And I just looked at that, and I'm like, man, the third world.
Need me some of that. You should see what they do with their left hand. No, it's none of my business.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he always had a supply of toilet paper. They gave you plenty there, though. That's the one thing they gave you enough of was toilet paper.
Hope so. Thanks.
So I was settled in. I had purchased some books. I had gotten in a history of Japan. I had gotten in a book for remembering the kanji. I'm a self-teaching Japanese, and so I was dedicating my time in jail to attempting to really master the language. So I wanted Dr. James Heisig's Remembering the Kanji, and I was having a fine enough time with that. And then I was informed unceremoniously I had to leave. So I was brought out in the middle of the night, and it was myself, Jeff Sable, and if memory serves, it was also a Mr. Jonathan Mellis. Yeah. It was John Mellis, whom we were all brought from Northern Neck Regional Jail over to the D.C. jail. And we were brought to the entranceway, made to wait, and then the anti-gang task force interviewed us, which is so comical. Did you have to go through that?
No, actually, no. But
Okay.
when we came there, they did the COVID swap. They took our our bio data, like they scanned our eyes and stuff, the retinal scans. But that was pretty much it.
Oh my. Well, you had a little bit of an easier go. Well, not that it was anything easy. It's all terrible. These guys, they did the generic, what you just described. They sat us down in the orientation room where, they take your blood and they have you do an STD check and, whatever. They take you through all the 4 different offices in that room. And then finally they had these sergeants do a gang check to make sure we weren't associated with anybody. So, they brought us in individually and they asked, do you have any special skills? And I was like, I'm a carpenter. Do you have any special training, weapons training? I was like, no. no. I said, I'm 23. I haven't been in the Army. I didn't do anything. They're like, okay, do you have any tattoos? And I said, no. And they had to take a double take. I guess they're not accustomed to people getting arrested without tattoos. They were shocked. And I was like, no, I don't have any tattoos. And they're like, oh, prove it. Lift up your shirt. And this whole time they're videotaping. And I'm like, okay. So I lifted up my shirt and did the truffle shuffle and turned around. And,
show me your tummy.
Yeah, basically, man. I don't know what their problem was, but, I'm glad they didn't make me strip. But in any case, I had no tattoos. And, okay, fine. And then, I'm sitting out there for some time. And John Mellis, I don't know if you're familiar enough with his body, he has a couple of tattoos, some kind of like a, pyramid with an eye, and, a couple of others. And
the anarchy symbol.
Yeah, they were scrutinizing him for the better part of 20 minutes, trying to make some kind of a gang affiliation for him. And he was just kind of incensed once they got done with him. And we were all kind of tired, and finally they let us out. And so they escorted us to C2A. And from that point forward, I was in the corner of C2A, close to C2B. I can't remember the exact cell number, but I was about 5 doors down from the door connecting C2A and B. And that's sort of, the butt end of everything. You're not in the middle of the place. And I just sat, doodling and keeping myself busy. And my direct neighbor on my right, I had no neighbor on my left. My direct neighbor on my right was John. And John wanted to have a conversation. He was very friendly. So he and I would talk from time to time, and other times I'd just sort of laze around. We didn't have much in the way of books. I think there were a number of copies of like Hidden Figures sitting there in the collective library, because of course no one was there for a long period of time, so there was nothing to read. And we were sitting there for some time, and I think it was like maybe the 4th or 5th day that a guy came in, and I couldn't see him because of my occluded view, but John Mellis could. And John Mellis begins to scream at the top of the lungs, "Hey, that guy's Antifa! Hey, Antifa, go home! Go home, Antifa! We don't want you! We don't want Antifa!" And I later surmised that this is Zachary Alam. I'm not certain who it was because I couldn't see them. And I don't remember John addressing the guy by name. But he was kind of defensive. And within, I think, 2 or 3 hours, that gone.
Yeah, it's my understanding. So it was, that was Zach Alam. And he was supposedly removed. So, I hear things. I was never in C2A, like I say, but my understanding of the story is that a few people had fingered him as Antifa, and so in order to get out of the situation, he called an officer the hard R, and then he got removed and taken to the hole for a few months. After you had gotten bond, he came back in August of 2021, and he was the Snake's best buddy. It turns out they were very familiar.
This is a very interesting factoid, isn't it? Zachary Alam, previously convicted of grand theft auto in the District of Columbia. Federal number ending in 007, quite unlike the rest of us.
Yeah.
So, funnily enough, Zachary Alam, John Mellis had pointed him out. And very early on into my stay in C2A, an Eric Munchel, who was an orderly at the time and had slightly more freedom than the rest of us, had come around and given each of us a little care package with, I think, some cookies and Kool-Aid and just a general kind, welcoming gift. Then spent the next couple of weeks, 23 and 1, was able to call my family over the Easter weekend because, very unfortunately, I had heard that the kind gentlemen in C2B were locked down.
Yeah.
I'll give them
certain figures who like inciting riots.
I'll give my version of what I heard, not what the truth is, but simply what I heard upon arriving in the pod after that, because it was not long after Easter Sunday that I was brought into C2B, and John Mellis and I were brought to C2B, and I was put up in the top corner, which is, I don't know, whatever, it's like in the 50s maybe. So if you imagine the officer's desk as the center point, and where, Chi-Chi or whoever, where he'd be sitting facing the doorway that exits, like the elevator and such, he would look to his right and look up, and I was towards that right-hand corner in the direction of C2A was my original cell, which apparently overlooks a graveyard, but my window was frosted over. John Mellis's was not. And when I arrived there was frequent shouts of, "Big O's in the hole!" And I didn't have a strong memory of who Big O was. I didn't even know. And I later learned he's the guy who had his feet up on Pelosi's desk, which is the most fun irony, because that's the only question I'd ever get. And when people learn I'm a January 6th guy, they ask, "Oh, are you the guy who had his feet up on Pelosi's desk?" Without fail. That seems to be the iconic photograph.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
No. Or they asked me if I had the buffalo horns on. Those are the two questions.
Yeah, so I was there for that. They locked us down all Easter weekend. Actually for like a whole week, but so what had happened was, so Big O and Jake got into a dispute with the police. We got locked down, but the whole Big O's in the whole thing, that's because when Big O was, I don't know why he did this. I guess he thought it was funny or endearing or something, but Richard Barnett, Big O, would talk about himself in the third person. Yeah. And so he would yell random things like, "Big O's in the shower. Big O's taking a shit. Big O's happy." And so when he gets taken to the hole for the riot or whatever, fucking Ryan Nichols in the cell above me, he yells out the door, "Big O's in the hole."
Oh man.
It was, yeah, so that was, and that was generally funny, because like a lot of, like, everyone was fucking pissed because because of some bullshit incident, because, people didn't really have, a few people didn't have the impulse control to just get in their fucking cell when they were told to go to their cell. And so what happened was, largely instigated by the snake. And, that was not a fun time, but that part was funny. I remember that. And yeah, oh man, thank you for reminding me.
So that's similar to the version of events I heard, but someone had led me to believe that there was some, Jake wasn't party to all that. He was just trying to get to his cell, and he was being blocked because Big O lived in the cell prior to his, so he couldn't get over. And Jake is innocent. He was put in the hole wrongly. And I was like, all right, well,
no, he was actively standing there. They were saying everybody, because even if there's an incident with one inmate, the guard might say, "Everybody go to your cell while this gets taken care of." Jake was standing up saying, "Nobody go to your hole, or nobody go to your cell. You don't have to go to your cell. Don't listen to that." he was just,
oh my word.
So, but then Mike, Curcio, because he had done time previously, he was like,
Florida.
he was screaming from his cell, "Everybody go to your cell. You're going to fuck it up for everyone." And it's exactly what happened. We all got fucking locked down.
It's, yes, as much as I'd love freedom and independence, when they've stolen all of your independence, they've put you into these ridiculous clothes and they've locked you up, you're not going to win. I mean, you're not going to tell them what you're going to do, except on rare occasion. I mean, in general, they're going to have the power, and it's a sad thing. But so I get to C2B, and there's a bunch of fresh faces and some old familiar ones. I saw Jake again. I saw you. I saw Mouse, who I was completely surprised to see because I kind of thought that it would only be, like-minded patriotic individuals, but I remember there was like a, bigger black guy who loved to cook ramen in his sink. Do you recall? I mean, it was, there was no 190 or anything of the sort, so it was just, cold food. It was terrible. And so, let's see. Get to C2B and spend some time there, and it was refreshing because I had spent already a couple of months and felt a little bit worn down because there were so many just criminal types that I'd run into, and then I get there and it's just a whole number of people who not only are interested in being supportive and welcoming, helping with the small daily necessities, but then also inspirational. That there were a lot of people who, said, hey, this is a tough time, but we're going to get through this. We are going to resolve these issues and come out stronger for it. And indeed, it was heartwarming, the tradition that I quickly became a part of singing the national anthem every night.
Yeah. That, and I brought this up when interviewing Mike. It changed with time, the anthem tradition, but ultimately, you were a part of it from the very beginning, all the way back on the tarmacs back in January of 21. So I always want to give recognition to the people who really started it long before we'd actually gotten to DC. And then, when people would get bail, we would sing it through our cell doors. And it's funny because it was kind of like ironic. It was kind of like facetious, like, hey, here we are in chains on a fucking frozen tarmac, but we're singing the national anthem of the country that's fucking us. But, I'm glad that we started that, and I'm glad that you were a part of it. And it was, not to hijack the story, but I was very happy to see you get bail. And for those who don't really know, you might be a weeb, but you're one of the good ones. No, for those that don't know, Pat is actually he's a very upstanding person. What I remember most about you was how generous you were. You had mentioned Munchel, giving care packages, but when you had finally gotten bail, you had left me a copy of The Hobbit. You had left me. You had left me Atlas Shrugged.
Oh, sorry for that.
Yeah, I remember. I still have a note you left me where you're like Taggart or what's her name, the pro Taggart. She's really just she's just Ayn Rand's self-insert whore character.
Not wrong.
No, you're very much right. Very much right. And you tried to teach me German, which I was horrible at, but I have 1,000 pages of you trying to help me with the verbs and pronunciation and shit. And it was great. It was I was happy to see you finally show up. I was a little distraught that you and Sable got left back. So yeah, to finally have you back. And it was funny too, because I remember when, we were on the different tiers. You were on top tier. I was on the lower tier. And so whenever you guys would get out, I would look around for you. I was like, hey, come here. And we would pass notes and shit and memes. And, it was, what was it? I would say something a little suspect, and you would just tilt your head down. Like, what did you say? fucking the disavow look, disavow the and it was funny too because we had to wear those stupid masks nonstop, and so you just have this fucking mask and you just see the disapproving eyes.
Absolutely. It's funny how a miserable time can really forge good bonds, and you remember the times like that just because they were so bad. But you had somebody good with you when you were going through them. But yeah, when I got there more accurately, there was a good crew, and you guys were doing this really awesome news. It was really cool to see the creativity. I looked forward to your writings. I wish I had preserved them, but you had a number of thought-provoking pieces that I read, and so I thought there was a good community going on. Of course, it was it was quite a few hours in the day to fill with nonsense, but we were 23 and 1 at the time. And then later on, we were brought down to 22 and 2. And this was around the same time as, I believe it was just at the end of April and the beginning of May that change was made. And it was coincidentally around the same time as a hunger strike was conducted. I believe it was, were there 5 or people originally participating in the strike?
It was a handful. It was probably about 5.
And I was slightly concerned because I was going up for bond once more, and my lawyer had some encouraging news for me. I didn't truly believe I was leaving, but I thought, oh, well, as soon as I'm done with this bond hearing, I'll join the strike if it's still ongoing. Because I thought to myself, well, I got nothing better to do. I might as well. Although I don't know how effective the strike itself was. I know that it was around that time that the policy change was enacted that we were given 2 hours outside of our cells each day. And it was some strange, split time. It wasn't all in one block. And we were also given the white educational tablets at that time.
Yeah, the clear ones, yeah.
There weren't enough for everyone, so it was like this weird sharing stratagem too. It was just odd. And then I went up for bond on May 4th. This was my 4th attempt to be released. It was the first time in DC jail. And this was after Eric Munchell had been released, and that had created so-called the Munchell test for whether or not someone had a means of committing violence or a desire to do so, because Munchell had come to the Capitol with, I think, body armor, and he had some zip ties in his possession. And so they were, kind of insistent, he's the bad guy. And so now him having been released, because of course he committed no violence on that day, he had been there to peacefully protest, he was released, and that created that new logical statement. And then Frederico Klein, who later became my co-defendant, but at the time was not, his lawyers cited that and then made specific reference to my case to claim that I was more violent than Freddie Klein, and therefore that he ought to be released, and they were successful in doing that. And so Freddie Klein was released. And then finally that same Munchell decision was used in my own release, and there was new evidence presented by my lawyer, which was an interview of Daniel Hodges, who quite loves the media, in which he stated that no, he was not in any pain at the time that he was screaming. He was not screaming because of pain. He was screaming to get the attention of the other officers. And whether that's true or not, that's what he said. And that helped to see my release.
I remember you gave me your you let me read your motions. Slid through the door, and I was reading them, and I was like, I gotta realize, like, I'm surprised that it worked, and I'm not trying to talk shit about your lawyer, because it just seemed like he was trying to fucking piss off the court, because he said shit like, let's address the elephant in the room, or should I say the donkey?
Yeah.
I'm like, Jesus, this guy doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. My lawyer, he was selected, I think, for ideological reasons by my father more than he was for his pedigree, and I later suffered for that, but it was kind of funny, so I'm not gonna poo-poo him too hard.
I enjoyed it, yes.
But in any case, Lindy Urso did secure my freedom, but as I was being escorted to my bond hearing on May 4th, 2021, I was brought by a larger African-American guard, and he had a standing policy. It seems the policy with January 6th defendants was that we were to be escorted in chains and shackles because we were the most dangerous men in the jail. Not the murderers, not the rapists. No, in DC jail, the most dangerous guy is the January 6er. And so you must ensure that he is bound and shackled anytime he's moved. So I was being, slowly over there as I was waddling. Two unescorted black inmates saw this, saw I was a white guy, and said, that's a J6er. And they thought it fitting that they taunt me. So they said, J6er. Fuck white people. And I was just like, whatever, you're saying your piece, I don't care. And they were, not getting the rise out of me that they wanted. So they instead switched tactics. They said, kill white people. Kill all white people. They're shouting at the top of their lungs in the hallway. I'm bound and gagged. What am I going to do? And the guard just, condones us, lets it all go on. And I was laughing my way to the bank. I thought, well, this is their behavior. What can you expect of them? There's nothing there's no good going to come of this. Might as well just let them have their fun. And, I was struck by that realization. I was like, well, this is their home. This is their natural state of being. This is where they like to be. So, I'm just a guest. Let them have their fun. And, of course the guard did nothing to that. Imagine had I said, kill all black people. How would the guard have reacted? But that's neither here nor there. In any case, I go up before the board. Finally, I'm given bond on a $750,000 surety, mind you. So $750,000 to be sure I act right. A man with no criminal record who has never been in trouble before in his life. So, I went there, and then I was told that I'd be released the next day. I went back into the pod and shared the good news. I was very happy for that. And then after doing that, I got ready to leave, got my affairs in order, got ready to share out my stuff. I was very happy to have something to give you. And then shortly thereafter, I got ready, and I was waiting the next day for my release, which was slow rolled, I think would be the generous way to describe it. I feel as if they almost forgot about me. It was after lunch, certainly, and I had been, as you would be. I mean, when you were released, you would very vocally say, hey, I'm due to be released. Hey guys, it's time.
Still here.
But, how about you get on the horn with your lieutenant or whoever, and you get me the heck out of here? I was very much like that. And yeah, sure, get you when we're told to. And I, wasn't exactly satisfied with it, but what's a man to do? And so I waited for some time, and then in the afternoon they finally came and got me out of the cell. But then they had me in a holding cell. I was very heartened to hear you all celebrating my release, and I was grateful for that. Just as I was happy anytime anybody else was released. I mean, this is a community of people who ought not to. Yeah. So, it was a happy day anytime anyone was. But we walked down, and they held me in a holding cell for the better part of 3 hours or so, and then the guards finally came to get me, and I was escorted out, and there was a woman checking me out to leave, and she said, "Oh yeah, where you been? I mean, I've been ready for you for hours." I was just like, "Oh really? That's interesting. What a coincidence." So it seems very much like there was a distaste for people who believed in, America within that subsect of guards in the D.C. jail, as I'm sure you can imagine.
Very much, yeah.
Yeah. So, all that aside, I was released May the 5th, 2021. I was escorted out of the D.C. jail, and I was left on the street in Washington, D.C. If I didn't have a ride or anything to come pick me up, I could very well have just wandered off into the sunset. I had no ankle monitor. I had no, containment of any sort. The only thing keeping me on good behavior at that exact moment was the surety, which is an amazing thing to consider because they had released me on condition of home confinement. So I was supposed to be confined to home because I was so dangerous and so much of a flight risk that I was not to be trusted. But they could trust me immediately upon release to report to my home confinement location. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, right on, 100%. That logic's for realsies. It's like some district court level logic.
I agree. This is the brain trust right there. So I was given that opportunity, and of course my father, whom I love dearly, he was out there and he picked me up, and we went up to Connecticut, and that night I slept soundly in my own bed for the first time in months, and then the next morning I went to the Stanford probation office for Connecticut, and apparently that was not my reporting district. I was not to go there. But they were relatively unprepared for me. They said, "Oh, we're very glad you showed up. You did the right thing." And I thought to myself, well, what else was I going to do? This is kind of important. What are you guys doing? But needless to say, I went through the whole rigmarole. They gave me the ankle monitor, which I later learned is an older model, which was less efficient and more uncomfortable. So that's fun. And that's the life. And I had the ankle bracelet on. They gave me my marching orders. You have your little base station, and you're supposed to have it in your property, and you're only supposed to put it at this location, and you make sure that you stay nearby during the hours that you're confined, and you can file your weekly itinerary to get permission from your PO to do things like go to work and, various other things. If you need to go to church or you need to go to the doctor's office or things like that, justified reason for you to leave the house. And I was like, well, fine enough. I'd rather be here than jail, so I'll follow the rules. And, I spent a couple of months like that, just basically living like a hermit, with no opportunity to do anything but go outside and work, which, fine enough. I mean, whatever. And then my lawyer had another conference set up. I mean, there's so many status hearings in which the rejoinder was always from the government. Oh, well, owing to the complexity of this case, we're not ready to proceed to trial yet. The case that they indicted me on, and that they thought that they had enough evidence to convict me of. No, that case, they're not ready to proceed with quite yet. So, again and again, we hear the same thing, and every time it felt like that there was a status conference, there would be more coded. I had an indictment that used to be United States versus Patrick McCaughey. And very quickly it became United States versus Patrick McCaughey et al. And, it was one or two guys, and I said, okay, well, I don't know any people from January 6th. I don't know anybody prior to my going there, but fine enough. And then it became, 10 guys, well, not 10, it was 9 people on my indictment at the final count, and not one of them did I know. And, I'm happy to report that the ones whom I've met and, while incarcerated have been relatively stand-up individuals, and I have not a bad word to say about them. But, it was rather frustrating to be told I'm co-defendants with a man I don't know.
I can imagine. Yeah, and then each time the indictment changes, that also, that kind of resets your speedy trial clock as well.
Yeah, and then there were count after count after count added. It started, I had like one simple charge, and by the end of it, I think I was indicted on like 8 counts. And the whole indictment was, 40 counts. So in the whole reading of the indictment, the formal reading would have taken hours. And, they just, they thought that was, the bee's knees. They thought it was a great idea to do. And so before long, I had, all these guys. And, the time slipped by. I hate to say it, but I got a little bit complacent. It was not a comfortable experience. It was not a happy time. But the human mind is nothing if not capable of flexibility and adapting. And so after several months of that, I was moved from home confinement to a curfew. And then finally, after more than a year, I want to say, I was moved from curfew onto no terms of confinement whatsoever. I had my ankle monitor removed. I was completely free to come and go as I pleased, so long as I did not leave the state of Connecticut. So I thought to myself, okay, well, this is a good indicator. If the judge is willing to do this for me, then he must obviously believe that I'm not a major risk of conviction and that I'm probably going to go free, one would assume.
Fair assumption.
Yeah. Well, you know what assuming does. It makes an ass out of you and me. So I was I was a good boy, and I didn't do anything to anger the court, and so I spent, quite some time like that. And then September of 2022 rolls around. It's time for my trial. And the prosecution is finally ready. Despite them never having told the speedy trial clock, it's time. And I thought, well, fine enough. At least we can finally get it over with. We're going to, go to trial, and they may have the textbook definition of assault on their side, but they're certainly not going to get what they had originally written on the indictment, which is assault with a deadly weapon. What deadly weapon there was, I beggars belief. All I had in my hand was a police-issue riot shield. And if they want to insist that the police deploy deadly weapons when they deal with protesters and rioters, be my guest, but I think that's a certainly dangerous thing to set as a legal precedent now.
Yeah, I believe McFadden himself even made one ruling where he even said that the way in which someone used a riot shield was not was not that kind of level of assault. So
interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, make a long story short, I went to trial and did not come out quite perfectly. I ended up getting convicted on several counts, including assault with a deadly weapon. He determined that, he determined a number of things. To go through the list, at trial, I was met face to face with good old Daniel Hodges, who's he was so recalcitrant. He got gussied up just to come down and say bad things about me, so I'm honored. But he knew exactly who I was, obviously, but he refused to acknowledge that he did. He's like, "Oh, the defendant, whoever he is, what's his name? And, I don't remember exactly. It's like, yeah, he's very upset, but he just doesn't want to admit it. He then went on to say that, he was in severe pain and it was so distressing and all this stuff, despite him, of course, going on national television, giving his story and his spiel and all that. He's defending democracy. The type. And furthermore, when we went through the whole case, he was so insistent that I was, that I was a danger and that I, was a bad guy. He refused to make any admission that I had attempted to render aid to him or help him. He was seething, to put it lightly.
He was pooper peeved, butthurt.
He was booty blasted. Man, feeling about what had transpired and how he had, I guess probably in his mind, he had seemed rather weak that day. That a 23-year-old kid is forced to stop his activities to check on him because he was squealing. So, needless to say, that was a fun time. And old Daniel, he was not happy with me, and he wanted to say all sorts of nasty things about me, I guess. I'm not sure. And then we had, my co-defendants who were there. We had 9 co-defendants who were later separated down to 3 because I quote Trevor McFadden in his decision, having this many co-defendants would be difficult to have a trial with and would complicate matters. Never mind that you joined us all together despite there being no nexus of commonality between us. No, now that it's convenient for you'd like to separate us. Isn't that fun?
Yep.
And it would just be my luck that the co-defendants I was situated with had been charged with less violent crime than I had. Not that I'm a particularly violent individual, but you have to understand that when you're in a group with people and the comparison is, oh, well, here's all these people who have very little violence, and then there's you, it was pretty apparent from the outset that they had an intention of making me out to be the worst guy on the case. And so, I saw the writing on the wall, but nevertheless, you must push on. It's your life. And I, at trial, had the pleasure of hearing Daniel Hodges testify and nearly tear up on stand about how traumatizing it was and how terrible it is. So I was excited for that. And then, Jason Massey gave a somewhat more clinical report of what went on and described various, events. So I touched his glove and how so terrible. It was a riot. You know the drill. I'm sorry to be rather vague about the trial. I can give you the transcripts if you'd rather, and then you can just read through how bad my testimony was. But in any case,
well, I heard I did hear that McFadden gave you the same treatment that he did me with regard to your testimony. Basically, you're a very dubious source.
Yeah, and it's like, if you're going to disbelieve the defendant because he testified, why in the world are you allowing him to testify in the first place? It's obvious that somebody has interest in the case, but at the same time, the cops have an interest in the case as well. I mean, it's kind of childish to say that a defendant is unable to testify to their own motives and actions. He's like, oh, I don't believe that's why you did that. It's like, I just told you why I did that. What exactly do you expect me to say? I mean, I'm the one telling you. Who else could tell you what I was thinking but me? It's not like you need to assume anything. I'm telling you.
Right. And McFadden is, what's the word? a cocksucker.
Hey, I've not said anything, but I'll tell you this, Trevor. If you're listening, I'm not going to have a beer with you. We're not going to be friends, all right? You're not invited to my wedding. Well, I mean, you know, if there's a roast pig, maybe you can come.
I get that reference. Good job.
So, anyway, yeah, old Trevor, he was very keen. So then we had the joy, owing to my co-defendant, Tristan Stevens. He had an encounter with Officer Aquilino Gonell, who had previously testified. You know, he was making a career of it because he had injured himself in the line of duty, though he had to retire, despite him having injured himself riding a bicycle 6 months prior, and also having to take time off for that. So, you know, your typical grifter who just wants to ride the system and not do anything for real, just make the money somehow. So he testified in so many J6 cases, it's not funny. But he was writing a book, and he was being paid to write said book. And he didn't see the reason why he might want to disclose his financial incentives behind giving testimony. And he was also to sue the families of people who were cited in violent assaults. And so he did not see the reason why that might be taken into consideration for his testimony either. And you can see where I'm going with this. The guy skewered, and he did absolutely terribly. I had wished so fervently that he were my cop, because, man, did he ever do poorly. And, of course, you know, he's an American citizen. You know, he's lived in this country for 25 years of his life. My own mother, who is a German citizen, as you might imagine, owing my German citizenship, has lived in this country for a similar amount of time. And she speaks English fluently. Now, Aquilino Gonell, there's a language barrier. He don't speak English too good. I mean, it's hard not to get frustrated with people like this when they use their immigration status as some kind of like a shield to not allow them to face consequences. He was testifying on the stand, and he was having difficulty parsing simple questions. It wasn't anything like a complex, like, you know, 3-step hypothetical. It was like, hey, you know, did you or did you not see such gentlemen at such time? It was pathetic. I mean, honestly, I would, if I were acting now, right now, I would kill myself. This is not an application. You know, I'm not saying he should. I'm just saying that, you know, my conscience would be a lot more clear if I were Aquilino Gonell and I had killed myself. You know, and that is not a suggestion. All right, I'm not telling you to do anything. There's no calls for violence. I promise. But if I were Aquilino Gonell, and I were Aquilino Gonell, I would gun to my face in like 3 seconds.
I just want to make clear for the record that this is what Pat is saying is the result of a language barrier.
All right, maybe that was a little harsh. Actually, I'm playing Minecraft right now. I'm talking about in the video game Minecraft. That's what I would do. I'm not talking about real life.
It's always in Minecraft.
Yeah, actually, I've never spoken about violence in real life. Any comment from now on in perpetuity in future that anyone ever hears about me in regards to violence is always talking about the hit video game Minecraft. So just so you know, that's always the case. So I know I may try to preface it by saying in Minecraft, but just know that sometimes we forget to say that, but it is still always in Minecraft.
Pat is a pro gamer, so you gotta.
Yeah, you know, it's par for the course.
This is gamer talk right now.
Yeah, it's hit gamer talk. I'll say some gamer words later to really prove it.
Goodbye.
All right. No, seriously. So we had Ganell, we had a couple more officers testify, mostly about how I'm a bad boy. And so after some time, we finally get to the time for the defense to speak. I gave my version of events, which, of course, as you can imagine, was quickly disbelieved. But what I found very striking is I had, 3 prosecutors, and there were, a lot of women. And Kimberly Pascal and Jocelyn Bond, and Jocelyn Bond was selected as the woman to give me the interview to try and, discredit me on cross. And what I found so striking was that here I am in sort of engaged in a battle for my life. And, when I went to testify, I gave my version of events. I was more stressed than I've ever been in my life. And I still had the presence of mind when she got up to interview me to say, hey, good afternoon. And she did not have the ability to be civil. She was not able to return such a simple greeting. No, she acted as if she'd been struck in the face by a simple pleasantry. A strike to the face for her may have improved your looks, so, I don't know. But,
shovel.
Yeah, pretty much. She was a 3-back, you know what I mean? One for you, one for me, and one for the dog.
She's a DC 3.
Like an LA 10?
Yeah.
She was just, a real winner all around. She goes, she tries to, catch me things, and it's just like, it's so frustrating. It's like, and this is when you pushed it. I'm like, no, I'm not pushing it there. Like, you can see clearly I'm not applying forward pressure. There's somebody behind me pushing me into the guy. And when you said, look out, you're going to get squished, you were threatening him. I'm like, no, I was concerned with officer's safety. I was trying to ensure that he was safe because I didn't want him hurt, because I didn't come there to hurt him. It's pretty obvious. And most frustrating is, I don't know if you had this experience, but for me personally, it is the most like autistic, pulling teeth type of way that they ask you questions. Like, I was asked by like probation, do you have any other citizenships? And I said, yes, I'm a German citizen as well. And they said, and how long have you been a German citizen? And I just responded, since birth. I've always been a German citizen. And they were not happy with that answer. They asked me 3 different times what the answer was. Like, since birth, I've always been a German citizen. I'm not going to give you since my birth date, just since birth. But anyway, it was like pulling teeth, my testimony, and it was not exactly the most natural flow of events, so I didn't do very well because I didn't have all the time in the world to waffle on like I seem to here. And so I didn't do myself very many favors. And one of my friends who had reported me to the FBI had been subpoenaed, and his name is Nikhil Paranjape, and they questioned him. And they were trying to elicit testimony on a very specific incident in which I had a conversation with let's call him a friend, a guy I'd known since the 2nd grade, who had become a congressional staffer. And, he's sort of the smug communist type. His gamer tag was the Red Avenger, and he changed to Joseph Stalin. So I think that he definitely is a Republican, right?
He's a Republican tanky, yes.
Yeah, and so he, he's kind of the smug liberal. And we were in a friend's house having a Christmas party. And, there was a large discussion. I'm pretty much the token conservative growing up in Fairfield County, Connecticut. There's quite a few liberals. And so I was talking to him and the rest of them about the recently released Trump-Russia investigation results, which, as you know, concluded that there was no real evidence for collusion, and that we had spent 4 years, attacking the sitting president of the United States for an unfounded allegation that was based off of a discredited double agent, and it had such farcical things in it as pea parties. What you have to say about the man currently, I mean, regardless, it's pretty obvious from the outset that this was just a headshot. And, I asked him, simply put, have you read the Mueller report? And he said yes. And I said, okay, then what does it say? And he said, well, have you read the Mueller report? And I'm like, no. Let's not like a roundabout argument. I know what it says. So, you've read it. What does it say? And, I'm trying to get, there's no collusion. And he refuses to acknowledge the point. And it's just a round and I became irate. I just told him, hey man, you're just being a butthead. Or something slightly more, rude than that. And trying to, insist that my ire at this guy just being, totally reluctant to admit when he's wrong, is grounds for me being a politically motivated, violent person.
Yeah, that checks out. Was this in relation to the 1512?
I'm not entirely certain what it was. I think they were trying to establish some kind of history of violence, or I couldn't tell you what the prosecution's theory was for bringing this witness forward, but he certainly didn't give him any favors. And you could see the frustration written on Jocelyn Vaughn's face when they were interviewing him. They were like, man, this guy is not helping my case at all. He's not making this guy out to be a bad guy. And I was like, well, I mean, whatever. If you don't do anything, they can't get you on anything. So, I was just kind of flabbergasted that they even called him in the first place. But I will give credit where credit's due to my communist erstwhile friend, because he was questioned. They asked him if he'd like to, testify against me, and he said no, somebody else knows him better. So he had the good grace to not do that, and so for that reason, I applaud him. And given the reversal of situations, I would not have testified against him either, because I would not have felt that it was appropriate to bring such information forward, as it was not germane to the case. My buddy testified under subpoena, so I don't hold it too much against him. What else are you going to buy a subpoena and end up in prison like Bannon?
Yeah. Good guy, Snitch. So then, how long a wait did you have? Like, how long were you, when it was all over, how long were you waiting for the deliberation?
It had been Labor Day weekend, which was actually my birthday that year, that he said that Judge McFadden had said that he would deliberate for. And so it was, I think, 4 or 5 days that I returned from D.C. to my home and sort of waited in, a state of anxiety and semi-denial of what was to come. And then finally he told everybody to reconvene, and he informed us of his decision, in which I was convicted on, several counts, and to include assault with a deadly weapon, the deadly weapon being a plastic riot shield, which had been employed in the flat on the push, which was concluded to be, I quote, a force multiplier. Now, in which way the flat object pressed against you multiplies the force felt by you, rather than diffusing it, as any student of hydraulics could tell you, I don't know. But to make a long story short, I was indeed convicted under that. Was taken from the courtroom. I was arrested there because, despite having faithfully reported at every instance I was required, despite having been downgraded in custody due to my compliance from a home confinement situation to simply not leaving the state without any monitoring whatsoever. I was now seen as too much of a flight risk now that I'd been convicted. So rather than upgrade my custody status so that I had an ankle monitor or something of the sort, I was put back into custody. And I was then arrested in the courtroom. I had no expectation that this would be the case. I mean, it had been my assumption that even if I were convicted, I would await sentencing at home. But instead, I was forced to bear with that. And so I spent several days in custody, and then I went to the Alexandria jail where I was quarantined and had a great time in 1X6 solitary confinement, and I was 22 and 2 in there. And from there, I was moved again back to the Northern Neck Regional Jail, whereupon I met several other January 6th defendants, to include, Josiah Kenyon, otherwise known as Trash Can, who has later been identified as a person with Antifa sympathies, who gave an interview with the FBI in which he stated that he had been at January 6th in order to have a firefight with the police in which conservatives would be killed. Including also my co-defendant, Jeffrey Sills, and several other men, including Justin Jersey, Albuquerque Head, Zachary Reel, Barry Ramey, many others. And then after that, I was moved, and this was several months later. This was September 22nd, I believe I was convicted, placed into custody, and in October I was moved back to Northern Neck, and then from Northern Neck around New Year's, I was moved from there to Lewisburg Prison. Northern Neck, being a privately run jail, has a number of violations. Most certainly they house federal and state prisoners together, as I've already noted, but they also did not feed adequate sustenance. They did not keep adequate hygiene standards. My co-defendant, Jeffrey Sills, caught MRSA while he was working at Northern Neck, and it was a nasty staph infection, so he was quite unwell. There was not adequate access to outdoors, not adequate access to hygiene items, just overall a very bad place. And so owing to that and a number of complaints and the efforts of a group of concerned citizens called the Northern Neck Patriots, the January 6 defendants were shipped slowly but surely from the Northern Neck jail, and they were instead held at Lewisburg Prison in Pennsylvania in the pretrial detention facility. And at Lewisburg, things were better. Unfortunately, my shoes and courtroom attire, because I've been arrested from court, that was my transit clothing, was taken from me because I suppose there was some confusion about whether or not I was pre-trial or post-trial. But I nevertheless had an enjoyable time at Lewisburg for the fact that where we were held was majority January 6 defendants. It was somewhat reminiscent of the D.C. jail, with the exception that there were no major abuses by the guards. There was not violence. There was not rotten food. I mean, you know what D.C. jail was like, so I didn't go into the conditions there, but it was like night and day. Lewisburg was certainly a lot more sustainable as a way of life in terms of how things went. D.C. jail could be described in a word, hellish. Lewisburg could be described as purgatory. You know, it simply is just the same day over and over again, but at least it is a reasonable enough place.
Yeah. That's actually, that's really good. Hell versus purgatory. I'm going to use that.
So, Lewisburg, the guards were somewhat sympathetic. I wouldn't say that they went anywhere outside of their professional purview, but they made it apparent that they simply saw themselves as people who were watching over us to ensure that we did not leave, but they were not there to ensure that we had a horrible time or to worsen our stay, which I feel is not the case for the DC jail guards. So we had a pleasant enough time in Lewisburg, and there were various activities that, as inmates, we elected to make. So we would have a Bible study. Robert Moore was influential in that. He would usually lead the study, and it was a circle of a number of men doing Bible study. And once a week, I organized a game of charades. So I would I would tear out some paper, and I would have everyone write down, 3 or 4 charades prompts, a person or a thing or whatever. And then we'd spend, 2 or 3 hours one night acting it out, having some laughs, reconnecting and sort of forgetting about things. And, it gave a rhythm to the life that allowed people to sort of forget some of their troubles. We were there for a number of months, and then I'm a bit foggy on the exact date. I believe it was sometime in March that I was transported once more in anticipation of my sentencing in May, from Lewisburg. I believe it may have been April, from Lewisburg back to DC. And so then I re-entered the DC jail. I was in quarantine in Northwest 2, I believe. I was quarantined with my co-defendant, Jeffrey Sills. Across the hallway from us were Todd, otherwise known as Mitchell Gardner, and Samuel Lazar. And we spent, several days in quarantine, I think about 10, before we were moved. And at first they had intended to place us in general population, but having been there previously, I said, hey, just put us with the J6ers, put us in C2B. We prefer that. And they ended up not placing us in the general population. They just put us in C2B. And I made some reconnections. It was good to see some people, although I was very saddened to see them because it meant, of course, that they had been in and had not been released. And I spent a couple of months in the J6 pod in C2B once more, with, a number of people, John Millis, David Dempsey, various other people, couple dozen. I managed to make the acquaintance of Bart Shively, who has since passed on. He was a very kind man and a very encouraging figure. He was quick with a joke. He was always very kind. He was very generous with his food, with his time, with his energy. You could tell that he was very much having difficulty, not only in the medical treatments, but also simply, the realization these are of his life. So I was able to meet Bart Shively. I met David Dempsey. I met James McGrew. I saw John Millis once more. There were a huge number of people. Cliff Ballard. Bob Unfiltered, James Mayhew. Too many to name.
Yeah.
But it was. Oh yeah, Jeff McCaughey was also there before he went for psych evaluation.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was good to see Jeff.
Yeah. He got raw dogged. They kept him. They moved him for that psych eval, and then they just kept him in Texas alone until he got out. Yeah, it's funny because Sable should have been in there pretty much the entire time, more or less.
Oh, yeah, Jeff was there, as was Bobby Geeswine, whom I saw again. The three of us actually spent some time learning sign language in Jeff's cell. That was a good use of time, and they were good guys.
Yeah. I felt so bad for Jeff. And when I left for prison, yeah, he gave me a hug, goodbye the last night. I just felt bad. I was just like, I wish I could take you with me, because I really wish I could have just brought him with me to get him out of DC. But he's out now, so that's what matters right now. But they tortured that guy. How long were you in DC before you finally got sentenced by McFadden?
McFadden the Baddie. Let's see. I believe I spent about 2 months in DC that time around, because I would have been moved. Had to be after February that I was moved from Lewisburg to DC. And then I know that I arrived in prison, I think, May 23rd. And I was in transit for several days at that point. I was in transit over Memorial Day weekend of 2022. Or 2023, rather. So, I think I spent about 2 months in DC.
And when so you got an exorbitant sentence for even the whole violence bullshit. The McFadden really sentenced you way over the top, especially considering your age at the time. You're clearly on video, and I've seen the video. There was this leftist journalist who was in there, and he had a camera like a foot away from you, and you could, like you had said, like you can see, you lowering Hodges' face shield, pointing to that other cop or whatever, trying to help him. Let me back, and all that, and it's just like McFadden. I know McFadden is a coward, and he played both sides. Like in the beginning, I remember him, there were like all these stories about how he was one of the best judges because he came out and said, oh, they're treating these J6 guys differently than they treated the BLM people. But then he's the one doing it. So he's fucking scum. But so like, obviously you knew, especially in relation to what you said about the co-defendants and you being supposedly the worst of the group. You knew that, you were being set up as like the fall guy to an extent. What kind of a sentence were you actually expecting before you got what you got?
I suppose my expectations were somewhat lowered. As I talked to you about the New York magistrate judge, I was struck in the Valhalla jail by the fact that I had been told I was too dangerous of a man to allow to be released. And just that week in the state of New York, there was a cold-blooded killing. I don't know if you remember this. There was quite a lot of animosity towards Asians owing to the COVID thing. Yeah. And there's always a racial dispute between blacks and Asians. And a black man had murdered in cold blood an Asian gentleman at a subway station, I believe. And he was now on the run in the state of New York. And the news reported that the man who had not yet reported to court, he was on the lam, his bond had been set at $1 million. Not an insignificant number, but remember the fact that he was deemed eligible for bond while being on the run for a crime he committed, which is capital murder. And this judge in the state of New York said there was no set of conditions that would allow me to be bonded out. So that was fun. I had already had the expectation that there was not going to be a fair deliverance of justice, although it hadn't quite sunk in. That was why I was like, okay, I'll go to trial. And I simply had not considered what would have happened. But, The plea agreement, which I never seriously considered because I had no desire to plead guilty and I had not thought that I was guilty of what they accused me of, the plea agreement had an expected range of somewhere in the area of 5 to 6 years. And so I had thought that, maybe naively, that would be around the high end. I had thought, due to the fact that I had not intended to do violence, that I had been interested in the safety and well-being of the people around me, that there were no injuries caused by my conduct, which the judge would later say is not the case, that all these factors would combine. And at sentencing, I was expecting somewhere in the order of, maybe 5 years. And, I had the opportunity to see a number of people go before me, and I'm very sorry for the times that they received. I'm very sorry in particular for your sentence, because for a nonviolent crime to receive 4 years is absurd. Just absolutely insane. But I had seen Albuquerque Head, whom I mentioned. He was in jail in Northern Neck, Virginia. He had 99 previous arrests, I believe, in his home state. Not that he was a major criminal, but that he had been drunk and disorderly, and he was, fighting bar fights and things like this. He had a criminal record that made him out to be a nuisance. And for his conduct, he was given, I think, a sentence in the 90s or something a little bit less. He was, given a fair amount of time. Not fair, but like a large amount. And I had thought, okay, well, that seems to be the upper limit. That's probably the guy who's going to get the most time. And I said to myself, well, okay, then that's what we can expect. I'll probably get around 5. And the Judge Trevor McFadden came before and just gave the prosecution every enhancement that they asked for. Oh, bodily injury? Yeah, it's I believe it was like 4 or 5 points of bodily injury on the federal sentencing guidelines, of course. So you know this, but I just add context. I think it was 5 points of bodily injury. For what? I don't know, because 5 points of bodily injury is a debilitating, hospitalizing injury that you receive and remains with you for life. And Officer Hodges had, at the time of trial, he had 2 injuries. He had a bruise on the top of his head, which was not documented. There was no photographic evidence. There was no diagnosis. There was no medical record of this. He testified that he had a bruise on the top of his head, which I don't know if you've seen the video, but I don't remember touching his head except to lower his face guard, which, I don't think I handled him quite so harshly to cause that. And he had bitten the inside of his lip, which I would argue was not even anybody's fault but his own. Perhaps he's kinky. I don't know. Maybe that's what gets him off.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. But those were his injuries. And he had gone to the medical clinic for the officers the next day, and they had given him a clean bill of health. He had no concussion. He had no major traumatic injury. He had nothing to speak of. And I was awarded 5 points of bodily injury enhancement owing to that. And, there was all sorts of aggravating factors added up to put my guidelines at 15 years. That was the range that they were talking about, that there could be a possible sentence of 15 years. And I tell you, I was hyperventilating in the courtroom. I was so incredibly shocked that they would even manage to reach a number this high. I believe I had 42 points when I was sentenced. An absurd number. This is off of count of assault with a deadly weapon. And it's aggravated assault, and, it's deadly weapon penalty, and this and that. So, needless to say, I was sort of frustrated. And then, of course, the perverse nature of it is they tell you how much time you're expecting, and they say to your face how little they believe your testimony, how much they despise you, how terrible the person you are, and then you're made to read your remorseful statement. It's not prior to this. It's not when there's a tabula rasa and they can sort of say these things about you and whether or not you're remorseful when they're determining your sentence. No. We're going to put your life on the line. We're going to tell you exactly how much we're thinking about you, and now you can beg like a dog. And so,
I went through that whole dog and pony show thing, and then after, I do the whole, sorry, Jay, sorry for being a bad boy thing with the allocution. McFadden still gives me 4 years, and he says, "Well, I'm glad you, I'm glad that you have remorse for no reason. Because if you didn't say what you had said as well as you said it, I would have given you more time." He still gave me 4 years, and then you know what he said? "You're a young man. You'll still be a young man when you get out." Fuck you! I can't believe he said that shit.
He said the exact verbatim. He said that to me as the final words for his sentencing. I think that's his go-to line.
Shocking! What a piece of shit.
Yeah, I was 25 at the time of sentencing, which, looking back on, I'm thankful for because it meant, of course, that I would have fewer points added to me for my age. So that was good. I wasn't such an offender. But he has me by the balls, and I go up there, and I'm like, "Babe, please smack my pee-pee. I've been a bad boy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Not to say that I don't feel remorse for my actions, because of course I could have comported myself better. I don't think that there is any man in his life that thinks of his, some of his worst days and doesn't wish that he could go back and do them over and perform better and have done things more smartly. I'm not meaning to say that I feel absolutely no remorse for what I did or that I could not have done better. I mean simply to say that to make such a big deal about this event when there was a complete and utter silence on the matter of people destroying and looting these major cities, interrupting life, and brazenly, actively demanding the destruction and dissolution of basic societal standards, that all of these people were let off with maybe just a slap on the wrist, if at all they were punished. And then we go on a manhunt for regular law-abiding citizens who were upset for one day, in which no one was killed, I misspeak, in which not one police officer was killed. It is absurd, the level of hypocrisy that was employed, and so it hardens my heart, and it causes me to not wish to feel apologetic, simply for the fact that there is no fairness. There is no reason for you to grovel to your, So, yeah, I'm sorry to, lay it out in that way, but if you are not in a society in which things are dealt with fairly, if there is no real fairness, then I'm not about to say that I'm sorry when somebody else, for having a different skin complexion or a different political ideology, would be allowed to roam free after having done what I did. Of course I'm not sorry, because they're not sorry.
Right.
Either it's wrong for everyone to do it, or it's not wrong for anyone to do it. There is no two sides to the law. That's the most vile thing that you could do, is to have a two-tier justice system.
Right. And at the end of the day, what you experienced after your arrest up to your sentence was actually more egregious than anything you had done or any officer had experienced. So.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, have I fed an officer dog? Have I stripped them naked in front of hundreds of men and completely degraded them? Have I dehumanized them, put them down to a single barcode and number? Have I isolated them from friends and family? I mean, these are just endemic processes in the incarceration system, which are so inhumane and so ridiculous to visit upon another man. And for what? So that we might rehabilitate them? Are you even hearing yourself now? The rehabilitation, you've turned a man who may have made a mistake into an enemy for life. If you or I were not possessed of such good intelligence, if you were not as smart and well-reasoned as you are, I could imagine you becoming a severely different person from your experiences. I mean, it's a traumatizing experience. It's a terrible thing, and it can make people bitter.
Well, just to clarify, I am in no way, shape, or form a supervillain, and this was not my origin story.
You merely adopted the darkness.
I was born in it, molded by it.
Excellent impression. So, as you can imagine, I went before the judge, and I'm sorry that I'm losing energy to tell the story well, but I went before Judge McFadden, and I read out my statement, which I had worked on for some time, and which read something to the effect of that I had, not done as I would have liked, that I had behaved in a rather animalistic manner, that I was sorry to the police officers, to the police department, that, there ought to be a better way to conduct ourselves. And, with the exceptions of, Officer Hodges and Gannell, I'm sorry that they had to respond to something like that. I wish that the commissioner had said, okay, just leave them alone, and that they could relax for the day. But, it was so galling to hear. Hodges gave a victim impact testimony statement. There were several officers who had testified at my trial, but for sentencing, only Hodges showed up. And oh my word, he was so angry. I don't know how you hold on to frustration like this. It had been years. I mean, this is 2023 that we're talking about. 2023. It's been more than 2 years. And this guy is still pissed about what? I can't imagine. But he got shoved. I mean, is that something to hold on to for 2 years? This sounds like a guy who was bullied, Oh, I shoved you 2 years ago. What are you mad about? All right? Just let it go. Sorry. I mean, maybe I sound short-sighted, but honestly, if a guy shoved me 2 years ago, I wouldn't even remember. Sorry. Oops. Like, grow a pair. So he gives this statement, the defendant, Your Honor, I am not asking that you put him away for life or give him the maximum sentence. I'm just asking that you do what you feel is right. AKA, give this guy the max. Give him as much time as you can. And I'm like, dude, what did I honestly do to you? Like, what injury did I break your arm? Did I break your fingers? Did I punch you in the face? I didn't throw a punch. Think about how insane it is. I didn't punch a single person. I didn't kick, slap, stab, beat. Not a single individual was given any of these blows by me. And yet I was charged with assault for pushing somebody, or allegedly pushing somebody. This is the case that they made, that I pushed somebody. This is what the court's wording is in the matter, that I pushed somebody. So you can be given 7.5 years in this country, 7.5 years in prison for pushing a cop. And, they make all these allegations about injury. Of course, there's nothing to confirm it. But you can push a cop and get 7.5 years of your life taken away from you. Now, I mean, you were alleged to have kicked a door and got 4. But, I think there was extenuating circumstances. I think the door was Jewish or something. I don't know what.
This is a dirty fucking door.
I think it was consecrated synagogue wood or whatever. I don't know. It was Whatever it was. I think it was like one of the. It was one of the doors that used to be part of the Ark of the Covenant. I think is what happened. That's why you got 4 years.
The door was observing the Sabbath. I had.
Oh yeah, you kicked a door open on the Sabbath. You can't open doors on the Sabbath or some nonsense. I don't know. So anyway, to make a long story short, I mean, it was so frustrating to hear these people talk in such a breathless manner. And I wondered, like, how does this officer testify in a capital murder case? You know, if he's the responding officer for a father murdering his wife and children, which I pray never happens. I mean, honestly, I hope that all murder in the country ceases. I would hate to see another human life taken, as long as they're human, of course. But it would be terrible. But I don't believe, honestly, that this sort of exaggeratory speech benefits anyone. We should allow for an understanding that, okay, there are childish, puerile, juvenile, whatever word you choose to describe, there are indiscretions and mistakes. And, let's take, for example, a completely different crime. If some kids boost a car, they steal it, but they don't harm it. There was an exploit, I believe it was a Toyota or Nissan car or maybe it was a Toyota Camry or a Honda car or whatever it was. You could basically use the same key and you could unlock somebody else's car and you could you could boost it so you could joyride it. So say they don't damage the car and they take the car out and they take it for a joyride and they steal it and they spend 3 hours driving it and they park it a mile away from where they stole it. It's a crime. It's wrong. It's not something they should do. Should they be charged with Grand Theft Auto? I mean, I'm not sure. I wouldn't say so. Cause that's a very, that can carry quite some time. They should certainly be punished to show they shouldn't do it again, but that's a life-ruining charge for youthful indiscretion. And, maybe my feelings on the system has softened because of this, but, I think if the same officer had gotten in front of the courtroom and said, and they stole a car, and think about the violence of that. They went in and without permission opened the door. Oh, Your Honor, I don't think they should get the maximum sentence, but you should just do what you feel is right. It's like, can we not allow for a little bit of reason? How long in this kind of, I'm sorry, I'm getting really far off topic. Should I rein it back in or?
I'm not asking you to give him the maximum, but I'm asking you to give him the maximum.
I'm not saying you should do it, Your Honor. I'm just saying if you don't do it, there's going to be a problem.
Not saying you should, but if you don't, you're a bit of a bitch. That's all I'm saying.
I'm saying that the police union is not going to support you after this if you go lenient on this man. He pushed me, and that's not okay. Listen, you can chant, fuck the police. You can call for our dissolution. You can say all cops are bastards and want us killed in the streets. But if you dare to push us while being a white Republican, then that's it. That's it, mister. The gloves come off.
And if you don't give him the maximum, I'll put a jihad on you, too.
The fatwa is coming for you.
You will stare into the eyes of Allah.
I think it's an interesting discussion. This isn't I don't have a strong answer on this, but I wonder what the role of policing ought to be in America. Because I would imagine, my Lawberg fantasy, really, is that the police just act as arbitrator. We have a group of people who are, very much able to make decisions for themselves and to deal with things and process them rationally. That's the ideal citizenry in America, in my opinion. And those people, if they're engaged in some sort of a dispute, all they need is a neutral third party to arbitrate and to help bring things to a conclusion. And in the event that something happens where there's transgression, whether it's a property crime like vandalism or theft or, hopefully not, but, some sort of a violent event, the police are there to help de-escalate the situation, but it's ultimately up to the courts to deliver justice. And so the police should not be, at least in my mindset, not be looked upon as the guys who come in and resolve the issue right away. They're not the adults in the room, if I'm, speaking plainly. They're just guys there who are, choosing to be a third party. And when it comes to police training, I feel like nowadays the emphasis is placed on sort of treating everyone either as a criminal, a potential criminal, or as some sort of a child, like they're not really an adult and cannot be trusted to reason that on their own. We need to give up a large portion of our autonomy to other people, and it doesn't feel like it's for good reason. I'm digressing quite a bit, but what I mean to say is I feel like the police have really been militarized in the past, let's say 24 years because of 9/11, or probably even longer, since the war on drugs started, really, that they feel as if they have some huge level of authority over regular citizens when, really they should just be citizens who have, a badge to legitimize their serving of court papers and things like that. I don't understand how the police have such a high level of authority to arrest people.
Well, it's interesting that, I think also your ideal, I think it's already part of the institution. It's really just a matter of mindset. So for instance, the common law system gives the courts and judges a lot of leeway. The importance of a judge having discretion, that's a big part of our system. But that's true for police too. Police always have a certain level of discretion. Maybe not so much when it comes to executing warrants, but when it comes to their handling of day-to-day issues, their interactions with the public, that's largely their discretion. They can choose to de-escalate or, like you said, be intermediaries or, try to lower the temperature. But that's just, like you said, when it comes to dealing with people like children, that's kind of a mindset thing. Not so much, I wouldn't say it's so much the institution. I think there are still, that mindset still exists. Hey, I serve the community, but it's just, it's been largely pushed out by the militarized role. And it's, it's funny, just even maybe it's necessary to an extent in certain circumstances. I was in DC recently and there was this bus and it had an advertisement for joining the Capitol Police, and they look like they're straight up troops fighting in Ukraine. They're in military garb, all tacked out, camouflaged and all this. And it's just are you working at the Capitol or are you in a war zone?
So we were discussing the role of policing. Like I say, I have this law-bird fantasy that, everybody can understand the law, and the law should not be such a complex thing. Really, why are we so intent on complexifying and making society so difficult to navigate for the average person? Yeah, I get that we should, emphasize people being intelligent, but I should not have to spend 4 or 5 years of my life actively studying the law. Now, there should be moral instruction, and we should have an understanding of okay, this is wrong, this is right. But, it's stupid to say, oh yeah, well, you need to have a law degree to understand what is and isn't a crime. No, a crime, something that should be, you should be in prison for, should be pretty fucking plain to tell, no? That's my opinion.
Yeah, well, even there, the principle's there, in terms of laws being unconstitutional because they're overly vague. Like, yeah, there should always be prior notice that what you're doing is criminal. That way you could act, the whole I was ignorant of the law, that excuse should never have to be brought up. When it is, then there's a failure in the law, not on the individual. The problem as well is that, like, the federal government especially has a voluminous statutory book on, and it's like you have 18, like with the, when you look at the obstruction charge, 18 USC 1512, well, that's one statute. 1512 is one statute in the entire title of 18. And then you have 40, like that's where some of the stupid misdemeanors are out of, as well as Title 40. So basically, like, the entire U.S. code just gets longer and longer, and it should probably be, like, torn the fuck apart, and they should probably start from scratch. I don't know, but there's just so many laws. I mean, have you seen the entire like U.S. code? It's thicker than it's thick. Like it's as thick as my meat. Like that's. Like it's a very long legal code, and if it's something that would take you years to read, it's probably not the most just system.
Well, I mean, it's sort of to expound really on a point that I was making yesterday. If it was only yesterday, the idea I think largely behind this on the sacredness of our democracy is that we have this new form of mysticism, where before our ancestors, the previous generation of Americans, prided themselves on a certain level of scientific and reasoned thinking. We now have a bit of magical thinking going on, and fortunately, that it's not just with the dumbest among us who sort of have resorted to this, but those claim to also be more intelligent. And so they now view the government as some sort of a sacred item, and certainly as something which needs to be respected, not for its merits, but for the fact that, it's the government. It helps the things run. Without the government, where would we be? And, it's the same sort of people who, say their prayers when their car won't start. They don't have the ability to do without, and they don't have the ability to check under the hood. And the more complex something becomes, the lower than the ability of the general public is to combat it or to fix it themselves. So I think as we see an increasing complexity of government, we're going to see an increasing reliance upon, dependence upon, this sort of magical way of thinking that the government is some inviolate, great entity, and that we should all just respect it. All it is basically a shorthand for people to, share what power is convenient to be shared for collective function. I mean, it's not like it's, government is not necessary for life. Government is necessary, we believe government is necessary for a society, but you or I certainly can live our entire lives without a state, without a government. I think I'm waffling on it, but I hope you get what I mean.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, like, in terms of the dichotomy you point out between, say, the founding of America and the age of reason or the Enlightenment or whatever versus the mythologized state now. It kind of reminds me of the distinction between the American Revolution and the French Revolution, where in France they tore down Christianity, but then they tried to replace it with like the cult of reason, a religion based around science or whatever. It's like everything becomes inverted at some point. It's very, very odd. But yeah, that is kind of what you saw there. The sacred temple of democracy.
Democracy. I mean, I'm thinking of, like, there are examples in world religion of mysticism wherein people stop really even having, I think you could call it the spirit. Like, there's the spirit of the law, and you talk about 18 U.S.C. 1512. It is written in the spirit of do not burn documents while Congress is investigating you. That was what the law was written to address. I mean, it's an obstruction charge, meaning when there is an official proceeding of Congress, when they are meaning to investigate you, when there is an important discussion being had in the highest hall of the land, you can't destroy evidence. That's what the fucking law was written for. So to abuse it so heinously and to use some vague language, and this is a law that was basically never used. I mean, I can't. Do you know how many instances there were prior to January 6th of this law being employed to actually prosecute somebody? Probably like 4 times, if that, ever. I mean,
Certainly never against rioters or even protesters. Yeah. And
to address the Enron scam. And that's the spirit in which it was written. And now people are upset and they mean to use the law as a club to beat down these regular American citizens. And so they abuse it. And, they're very litigious. And they're always trying to make something inappropriate, making a square peg fit in a round hole, for lack of a better analogy. It reminds me, in Islam, there are the Sufi mystics, people who, have all these different things, because, the typical Muslim will think only of the Quran, the recitation by Muhammad, and then, of course, the Hadith, which are daily sayings, and the further interpretations. But there really is that. And these mystics do a little bit like what you might see with the Jewish. They have their Torah, or you might call it the Pentateuch, and then more than that, they have what's the name of that large book? The Talmud. And you might have a section of scripture, so to speak, that is 4 lines long, and then religious discussion, the commentary surrounding that one small verse is pages of writings, of discussions, of interpretation. And that's what I'm seeing with the law, whereas it should be quite simple, In the 10 Commandments, why do we need a further interpretation of thou shalt not kill? It seems pretty obvious that you're not going to take another human's life needlessly. That's the moral imperative. To have a further regarding that, I'm not saying that the world should run on vibes, but it should be relatively obvious versus wrong. And we have a failure of moral instruction when it is not, when it's not obvious. Is what I would say.
we definitely should just run on vibes, dude.
Bro, I mean, you just gotta be heckin' valid and shit. Like, I think that, like,
heckin' cool.
When the heckin' people in, like, Palestine and stuff, like, when they don't have water and stuff, like, that's bad, man. And, like...
Yeah, man, dude, that is so valid.
Dude, I mean, like, why do you have to be such a meanie? Like, I don't know why you can't just say things and be nice to people. Like, why do they have to disrespect people so much? Like, how can you say, like, the UK doesn't have freedom of speech? That's, like, so mean. I mean, how can you call them slaves? Slavery was bad.
I don't want to be problematic, but, all of you need to die.
Fair. Also, right now, I'm making a confectionery. So I'm putting the brownies in the oven. And then I'm also going to bake a cake. I mean, what? No, I'm actually making brownies.
Yeah, this is you're the most dangerous man in New England.
Bro, like, this is what I was about to do before the inauguration. Thank God they caught me.
Thank Christ. He can't keep getting away with it. Fucking...
People who are after me thank Christ so much.
Well, because they want you to be nailed to a cross. So, let's pick up where we left off. You get sentenced, and obviously you had said that you were kind of like hyperventilating when they had brought up the upper range of what they might have asked for because of how insane and extreme the possibility was. But when you were finally sentenced and, obviously they grab you because McFadden suddenly says that you can't comply with the law so you can turn yourself in later, even though you complied with everything after your release on bond. As you're getting taken out, like what's going through your head then?
Well, for my conviction at my, and I would rather say I'm sorry. I'm really a loser because I listened to this lawyer, and that was just a person who listens to lawyers. And his advice to me had been that, as we know, the D.C. jury pool has an extreme bias against anyone with a complexion that's a little bit lighter than a coconut. If you look like the interior of one, listen, you're not getting a fair trial. And so I was under the strong impression that if I were to proceed to a jury trial in the District of Columbia, there would be a straight conviction. There would be no questions in my mind that the jury would find me guilty no matter the case. And so my lawyer advised me to go to a bench trial, which I so strongly regret. If there were one thing that I could do over, not anything to do with the 6th, but just over the legal proceedings, I would have gone to a jury trial. Without a doubt. That's my greatest regret. And I'm so sorry to have at the last minute walked and gone to a bench trial. But full disclosure, that is what I did. I was taken into custody upon conviction in September of 22. May of 23 rolls around, they take me to D.C. courthouse. And I'm waiting there, and, there's that perverse, like, oh, yeah, we're just going to have you grovel while we're holding the sword of Damocles over your head. And then finally the decision is made. There's a brief deliberation. There's this whole pageantry where I say I'm so sorry, and then Judge McFadden says, okay, I'm going to need to consider your sentence. Give me some time. And so he steps out of the courtroom for, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds, all of 5 minutes perhaps, while he deliberates on how much time he's going to give me. And the marshal, of course, is so eager to say, oh, well, he never does this. I've been in the courtroom plenty of times. He almost never thinks about how much time he's going to give you. You're doing good. And I'm like, yeah, sure, this is just a farce for my benefit or for the benefit of the media, perhaps, to make him seem more impartial. But after some deliberation, he returns, and I'm told that I'm going to be sentenced to 90 months, or 7.5 years. And he gives the long speech about how I'm still going to be a young man once I leave. And then he gives me a moment of time to sort of collect and compose myself, which I did need to some extent, as he describes the condition of my parole and probation upon release. Rather, probation, since there's no parole in the federal system, as you know. And it was so frustrating to think, here, you're telling me all this information at a time when I would say, quite distressed. And to be entirely truthful with you, I'm going to have 7.5 years to prepare for this. As you know, with, sentencing reductions, it becomes less. But still, I'll have 5 years to get ready for this. There's no need for you to be telling me this today. But, come what may. I remember for a brief moment, and I'm so sorry to admit this, I almost felt gratitude that it was not 15 years, but it was instead 7.5. And then I realized, no, this is a man who has callously attempted to steal years of your life for nothing. He has deliberated and stated that you are guilty on these counts for no good reason, barring any factual backing of it, and now he has the gall to sentence you to years of your life. And I wasn't quite angry. I find it difficult to become angry on my own behalf. For others, for their sake and their safety, yes, I can become mad. For my own sake, I just suppose I have some sort of deficiency. It's very difficult to become upset for myself. I don't know if that's common with certain groups or whatever, but
you get so you get taken into custody immediately, and then you're housed in the DC jail. And then what's the process like as you have to go forward with this almost seemingly eternal sentence? You're going to go to prison. You're going to go to the Bureau of Prisons, the BOP. You don't know necessarily when that's going to happen. Did McFadden make any special recommendations on where you would be held for your benefit?
I had requested through my lawyers to be housed in the Danbury FCI, and the justification for that was simple. I'm from Connecticut. That is the nearest prison to my house. It's quite local, and that would allow my family to regularly visit. It would be a location with which I'm somewhat familiar and would therefore, mean that I would be more comfortable. That was where I wanted to go. Not that I had heard anything about it or had any awareness, but although there was apparently some recommendation made to the Bureau on my behalf, that didn't happen. I ended up just about 500 miles from my door, which, as you know, is the limit under the First Step Act. I was at FCI Elkton, which is in Elkton, Ohio. And that is not a very well-run prison. I can tell you that. So I was in D.C. for a couple of weeks, and then there was a false alarm. They took me one day and said, "Oh, no, never mind. You're not scheduled for this bus, so you're gonna have to wait, buddy." And so I was instead made to wait another day, and then after that, they did finally move me, and I ended up in Oklahoma City, the transit center, over Memorial Day. And I don't know if you had the pleasure of going through Oklahoma City, but the Federal Bureau of Prisons has designated all persons involved with January 6th to be terrorists. And so you are not allowed to be housed with the regular inmate population and are instead held in a special housing unit. And so I was transported and held in the SHU, wherein I was held 23-1 in Oklahoma City. And that was fun. I got to go out to the dog kennel for the SHU, which is quite fun. And I was I was able to make the acquaintance of a number of gentlemen from higher security institutions whose life trajectory didn't seem like something I wanted to copy. They seemed to be rather miserable, if I'm honest. And so I was happy enough to not go to the media after having met them. Living in a cage the rest of my life, or for the rest of my youth, didn't seem to appeal to me. I don't know if it appealed to you.
No, but how many dogs were there?
It was only the big dogs. No, it was interesting how precise the BOP seems to be with groups, because I was in the shoe, and my cellmate for transit was a blue-eyed white man who was from Connecticut and was also left-handed. I'm not sure the BOP knows all of these qualities about us, but it certainly was quite the coincidence to meet another man. And he was also charged with a domestic terrorism adjacent crime. He had made a very ill-advised video, some kind of a joke that basically intimated he was going to shoot up a Walmart. And as you can imagine, the Bureau didn't take kindly to that. And, nobody really likes a terrorist, I think. So he was serving some time. And, I met a guy who had killed a federal judge and a couple of others. And they all told me, oh, yeah, well, you're going to Elkton. That place is full of chomos. And I said, oh, well, that's terrible. I don't really like chomos. And they said, okay, well, what you should do is you should go in there and just beat the hell out of one of them. And then they'll put you in the shoe for a couple of months before they ship you out. And I'm like, oh, so I can spend several months in the shoe and then go to a medium security institution. I'm good. Maybe that's the wrong decision to some people, but it just didn't appeal to me. I don't know if that's something you wanted to do. But
maybe those chomos ain't so bad after all.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like I was scared of a fight necessarily, but it's not like I like violence. And, it didn't seem like a long-term beneficial strategy, because these guys were from the medium and they seemed rather miserable. My cellmate was from a medium, and he was telling me about how the sort of, lukewarm, unappealing food that we were served for our, Memorial Day meal was some of the best food that he had had in years. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm all right. This is not my deal. So, that happened, and then I was brought over to Elkton. And, what can be said about it? My initial impression, my bus came in, we were booked, and then made to sign a paper, which is a formal agreement, which is quite interesting, a formal agreement that we would not harm any of the inmates convicted of sex crimes, and that if you fail to honor that agreement, you could be charged with a hate crime. If you can believe that. That's a thing that you're supposed to sign that to agree to it.
I can agree. I can believe it. I don't remember having to sign an agreement when I went to Fort Dix. But I definitely heard that, beating up a chomo is considered a hate crime, which is the most insane thing, because I can't think of any crime that is treated like it's, some sort of, inherent human quality, like race or faith or something like that. Very weird.
It's interesting. What could be the impetus behind this? Is there some large political lobby that seems to have a fundamental attraction to children? Is this the reason? I mean, I couldn't speculate, really. I don't know.
I could speculate, but I won't.
All right. So, jokes aside, I get there, and my unit officer, I'm placed into BA, the unit, and my first is Leonard Sweet. We're brought in around dinner time. Almost everybody's out of the unit. I place my stuff on my rack, and I meet Amy Hewlett, who is the unit officer. And the interesting things about Amy Hewlett are that she was in an inappropriate sexual relationship with one of the white boys in my unit. And not only that, but she was introducing contraband in the facility for his benefit. So she she brought a cell phone in for him, and so he could just have his cell phone. She'd bring in tobacco. I don't know if she brought anything else in, but certainly it is interesting when it's kind of an open secret that there's a guard, having sex with an inmate and bringing in drugs and stuff for him.
Well, then I know what else she smuggled in. Some cheeks.
Some cheeks. And so that's the first guard I ever met in the prison. Well, I mean, I met the intake guards and stuff like that, but that's the first guard I was introduced to. She was the evening watch guard for my unit for several months before the whole situation came to light. And then, she got caught and she was escorted off of the property. If the story is to be believed, her parents are somewhat influential in the whole police and prison board, and so they were kind of keeping things at bay and making it so that her ass is kind of protected and she's not immediately thrown to the curb. But
well, it would be the first time her ass was protected in a while.
He nailed it. Just like someone else nailed it.
Hey!
But she, this wonderful woman, she gets caught having sex with this guy and she loses her job. And her brother, who also works there, good old Spencer Hewlett, who is referred to usually as Baby Huey, was also quite the character. He had been reprimanded several times for inappropriate use of force on inmates, for derogatory language, for just being overzealous and quite a bully, I would say. I can recall one time that I was working in food service on the evening shift, and at the time our supervisors had instructed us to simply eat our lunch and then wait after the lunchtime meal to immediately be in work, not wait for the worker call, but to wait in the chow hall. And as I was sitting and waiting with my food service smock, I don't know, I had like the Barney colored smocks at your location. As I was waiting, Spencer Hewlett says, "Hey, you're done eating, get the hell out of here." And I said, "Well, sir, I'm waiting to do my job." And he said, "Oh, well, you don't have to wait here." I just got up to leave. Like, all right, fine enough. Not that that's a negative interaction, but he had a very aggressive way of speaking and not a very good way of talking to people. Anyway, there were a number of situations that I could get into, but I'll speak to my personal situation on one count, and then another situation which I find quite concerning, which I'd like to get out there. On my account, like I say, I was working in food service. I ended up getting the role of a cook after some time, and so I was a cook on the evening shift. And once I became a cook, I became aware of the fact that there were some inappropriate packages being passed back and forth in the effect of a bit of a smuggling ring. And one guard, Heather Kettering, was, for the benefit of the Hispanics, importing cell phones and drugs, and she was passing them off to an inmate who was, at the time, a cook. And I simply wasn't comfortable with that. I'm not a criminal. I'm not someone who engages in criminal behaviors. I didn't want to be around it. But at the same time, I understood that if I reported this, that my situation would be compromised. And I can say that this is not mere speculation because I witnessed it firsthand. There was an inmate who, admittedly he was a chomo and probably not a very good guy, named Wesley Cameron. And he was the head baker. He was a man with some tenure there who was well liked by the upper levels of the administration, and he filed a complaint. He made it known that there was this woman and she was having an inappropriate relationship, not only a sexual relationship, but also giving contraband to an inmate. And he wrote a letter to the SIS. He openly said this is what's occurring. And not only did SIS not begin an investigation, they alerted the kitchen staff that this was going on, that there was a complaint lodged, and the head of kitchen staff, Richard Mishishka, he brought in the email, printed out, and showed it to the woman who was the subject of the email, bragging, laughing even, that someone would dare to suggest that she was doing something inappropriate. And from that point forward, that woman made it her business to ensure that this inmate, Wesley Cameron, was run off of the yard. And so the inmate that she had the inappropriate relationship with contacted his Hispanic friends, and they threatened Wesley Cameron, and they made certain that he was run off, that he was not on the yard. They told him that his life was forfeit if he remained. And so, this is not speculation on my part. This is not hyperbole to say that had I blown the whistle while I was in, that I would have been placed in a physical danger. Not like, I was so scared, but simply put, it wasn't advantageous to do it.
Yeah, anytime you drop a kite in captivity, there's always the risk of retaliation. That's just a fact.
For sure. So, they do that, and I try to find my out. And due to several, contributing factors, it ends up that they are firing a large number of the morning shift cooks. And so there's some availability for morning shift. That means that I'm not going to have the same supervisor. It means that I'll have some distance, and it felt like a more comfortable move. I had a friend who was a morning shift cook who had remained on and was training people. So I simply shifted over. I requested permission for leave, and I was granted it, so I moved on over to the other shift. And at that point, I feel either that Officer Kett had an inkling that I was uncomfortable, or she felt, as they would put it, I was being disloyal by leaving her shift. And from that point forward, she made it her mission to have me fired. And so she would constantly harass me. And for, the span of several weeks, I had very few moments of peace and ability to simply do my job. She would make unreasonable demands of me, have an increased scrutiny of me and my work for no particular reason, and was just overall miserable towards me. This was not her shift. Her duty shift was in the afternoon and evenings, and she would come in early specifically to watch me. I'm not certain what the justification was in her mind, whomever else, but it felt pretty apparent to me that this was targeted. And so, if you go looking for some dirt, you're probably going to find it. She contrived a reason to have me fired and was successful in doing so. So after a couple of weeks on the morning shift, I was fired, rather unceremoniously let go. And, I was involved in some other stuff. I had some difficulties in the dorm room, so I accepted it and moved on. But it was a clear and very childish abuse of power on her part to have me fired in that way. but that's, quite a long time into my time in custody. So,
What, besides work, what kind of a routine is, in my experience, the best way to get time to go by is to, get yourself a routine, even if it is monotonous. What was your average day like in prison?
It went through about 3 phases. So, I got there, and within a couple of weeks, I got a job. At my prison, it was not mandatory to work. So not every inmate had a job, but the type of person who doesn't very much like to be unemployed. And so I got a job working in food service. I had the evening shift. So in the morning, I would wake up, and at 6 o'clock or 6:30, I would go out and walk around the track, and I would walk the track until the morning recall at about 9 or 9:30. Depending on the day. On the weekends, it'd be 9 o'clock, and on weekdays, it'd be 9:30. And then I'd eat lunch, and go to work, and then we would be released from work around 6:30. I was there over the 4 o'clock count, and then at 6:30, I would go back outside, and I would walk the track from then until the evening recall, which was usually around 8. Later on, it became like 8:15 or 8:30, but in the beginning, it was around 8. And from there, I would make my phone call for the day, either to my mother or father, depending on which day of the week it was. And then I would read a few chapters of a book, and then go to bed shortly after the 9:30 count. Oftentimes I would have laundry that I would need to do, and at our prison we had laundry machines. We had washers and dryers in the unit. So as long as you had laundry detergent of your own, which was purchasable on commissary, you could do your laundry anytime until they locked the laundry room at, I believe, 10:30. So I would usually run a little laundry after I got back from work, clean my smock and to clean the uniform that I had worn that day. That was kind of the monotonous routine that I was in for more than a year, I want to say. And then once I got into a cook position, I was making slightly more money. I'd been moved up a pay grade, and the cooks kind of smuggled some food back from the kitchen, only leftover food for me, but you get a little bit of the chicken from the dinner or whatever, and so people want to pay you for that. And I used some of the proceeds from that to hire somebody on to do my laundry. And so I had somebody run the laundry machine for me and watch over it and fold it and give it back to me. My laundry gremlin. And because of that, I was able to spend more time outside. And so I would walk the track an additional hour or 2 every day because I had that free time. But unfortunately, they had a really big issue with contraband. At that prison, it is a chain link fence with like another chain link fence past that, and they have the concertina wire over top of both layers of that. The fences are air gapped, I want to say, between 8 and 10 feet between each other. And then on the rec yard, there's a paved road that runs a ring so that the guards can patrol it in their car on the outside of the fence line. But basically beyond that was just the woods. And so there was a coordinated group who would have one of their accomplices on the outside come by and simply throw packages over the fence when the guards weren't looking. They would throw package after package, cell phones, drugs, you name it, over the fence regularly for almost the entire time I was there. But for a year, it went without any comment. There was no great crackdown. There was just contraband introduced to the facility almost every day and certainly every week. And so with all of that occurring, obviously, that meant that there were a lot of cell phones. It meant that the place wasn't very safe. It meant there were a fair amount of drugs. And it meant there was also a lot of nonsense going on in the rec yard because, there's all these people who, you knew that there was going to be a drop, that there were going to be some packs delivered to the yard because you see all these guys who have no business out there, because I would walk every day. So you became familiar with all the people who walk regularly. So anyone who looks like they don't belong, they don't walk all the time. You start to kind of notice the pattern. Oh, on days when there's packages, these four guys are walking the track together. And they're not walking any other day. So, needless to say, you kind of begin to notice that, and I'm sure the guards did as well, but they didn't want to do anything about it because somebody was on the payroll. Somebody was making some money for this to have proceeded for so long.
Mm.
But eventually all things come to an end, and they realized that they were not able to adequately deal with it on their own, so they began to shut down the rec yard, and that really messed up my time, that messed up my flow, because it meant that I couldn't go outside and walk, because I would walk for, 6 hours a day, and then on my days off, I'd walk for the whole day, as long as there was open, I'd be walking. And so, they closed the rec yard, and you just could sit in the gym or in the passive rec, so you could walk a treadmill or something like that, but you couldn't actually go outside and enjoy the sunshine and, get some fresh air. So, that was fun. And they would periodically reopen it for, a day, and then of course that one day the packages would get thrown over the fence, as you can expect. And then, that pattern of life continued for the better part of 6 months. And then I became a cook, as I say, and then I got fired from being a cook, and I said, well, never mind this, I'll work at the rec, because maybe then I can have some more time outside. And that's what I did at the end of my time. I worked at rec, and I spent a lot reading. I had a little bit of a workout routine going with some of the other January 6th guys, but that was about it. There is a story I would like to tell you about one January 6th guy, if you have the time for it.
Certainly.
So I'd like to talk to you about Bob Sanford. He is a very, very nice man. His experiences at January 6th and the subsequent fallout have helped him to reconnect with his Christian faith. He is very well-meaning and forthright man. So, he would, have time for anyone, and he'd be happy to tell you and talk to you about anything you like. And in particular, he would make frequent mention of the fact that the real thing that he wanted to do, what he most missed from the outside world, was being able to see his son play baseball. His son was a pitcher for the baseball team in high school, and he wanted to watch at the games. That was it. What could be more and simple than something like that? So, he was a good guy. He's a good person to know, and good influence on people. And I met him after he had come over from Fort Dix, because supposedly he had some kind of acquaintance with one of the guards, and he had mentioned it over the phone, and so therefore they had to remove him lest he become a security threat to the facility. And so he had spent some time in the SHU, and when he arrived, he was a very different man than the one whom I had met in the DC jail. And when he came to Elkton, he was sort of stooped over, walking very much like an old man, and he was complaining that he felt he had the rack back, that having spent so long in the shoe in confinement with no way to move around, that he was, very much injured and needed to stretch his back out, and he would go frequently to medical to request some help. Well, this was, an indicator of things to come, because it wasn't that his back was out of whack from his, sedentary time in the shoe. No, actually, in fact, he began to worsen, and he began to have a great deal of difficulty walking, owing to hip pain. And his hip pain worsened to the point where he was unable to, with any sort of speed, walk the 400 feet from where he was housed to the dining hall for his meals. And he frequently complained to medical. He would make frequent mention of this, and then they would ignore him. They would tell him it was all in his head, assume that he was, seeking drugs, or that failing to do his exercises. He was living on the second story of the housing block. He was in a bottom bunk, but he was on the second story, so he had to walk up and down a flight of stairs to do anything. And he eventually complained to the warden. He said, the warden, as you know, is required to stand somewhere accessible on Wednesdays so that he can hear inmate complaints. And he says to the warden, hey, I'm experiencing a lot of pain. It's very difficult for me to walk. Is there a way that you might provide me with a walker or a wheelchair or some conveyance that makes it easier for me to get my meals and, makes this more reasonable? And the warden said to him, oh, well, if you are having difficulty walking, we can always bring you your meals in the shoe. What a callous and dickheaded response it is for someone with a real medical complaint and a medical condition to be told, yeah, well, we can just put you in punitive housing. How does that sound? We're not going to do anything for you. We're just going to tell you that you can kick rocks. So after that wonderful exchange, he kind of got the memo and said that he was going to do his best. And then it got a little bit worse, and one day he was just having some difficulty. He could barely even stand up. They called for a medical cart. It wasn't an emergency, but they brought him over for an evaluation. And after a lot of hand-wringing and some arguing, he was finally able to procure a walker. And it was one of the wheeled walkers. I don't know. It's not like the old style where, the guy picks it up and shuffles with the tennis balls. It had some wheels on it. Yeah. And it's got sort of a basket section on the front that you could use for a seat. And, it's pretty reasonable that if you're in an area like a prison, you're probably going to need some kind of a seat for an older gentleman, because those hard metal stools and such are not really designed for a man who needs back support. So now he has the walker, and he's sitting in the TV room watching TV one night with some other guys on his unit. That, owing to him having a walker, they moved to a downstairs unit, so he was moved from F block to E. And in E, he was sitting with some friends of his watching TV when this walker gives out. The wheel tips because it had been assembled improperly. It was put inside out, so instead of having the wheels on the outside for added stability, they were on the inside, so it became a tip hazard. Well, the walker tips over, and he falls all of 2 feet and strikes his hip on a metal bleacher, which is the usual seating in that TV room, so not exactly comfortable or ergonomic. Strikes his hip on the metal bleacher, and he is immediately shot through with just indescribable pain. This is a guy who's a former firefighter. This is a pretty tough guy. He's seen a couple of fights. He's broken some bones. He's not a baby, He's not somebody who hands things up for the attention or says it's hard because it is. This guy was in serious pain. he was sweating bullets. He was, he was crying. I mean, this is pain. And so he's laying there on the floor, and his friends run to the guard, and they say, hey, look, this is what happened. The guy fell. Nobody hit him. Nothing happened. He fell, and he needs medical attention right this moment. And the guard says, okay, I'll call over to medical. And this is, of course, an evening time because it's, watching television and so on. The medical says, no, he's fine. We'll get him later. Here's this guy screaming, crying. Whatever. We'll deal with him later. They set him in the bed, and they try to have him lay down. Well, the pain is so immense that he can't lay down. He needs to be in a seated position. That's the most comfortable for him. So they string up a piece of cord across the bed so he can lean his head against it, so he can try and relax from a seated position, because if he's sitting straight up and down, it hurts as well. And he just sweats and cries the whole night through. And then in the morning, they're talking to the new guard, and every time the guard would come around, his friends would say, hey, look, this guy is in really bad shape. You guys really need to do something about it. Please, won't you get medical down here? And Bob is just getting worse by the minute. He's having a real hard time of it. He can't even get up to pee. He can't move. He's got to pee into a peanut butter jar, and his friends throw it away for him because he's that bad off. And he complains and complains, and they talk to the guard, and the guard says, oh, well, medical said they can't do it. And they go down, they talk to medical in the morning, and medical's like, whatever, he's fine. Finally, after I think it's an entire day of this sort of situation, they manage to get one sympathetic guard, and he calls for an ambulance. And they discover in an x-ray that Bob has shattered his hip. And I don't mean that, it was broken. I mean shattered, pulverized, in fact. The guy's hip was in many, many little pieces. So, that's bad enough. They had been ignoring his problems for, weeks by this point. They had even, finally, after much argument, they had given him an x-ray. And, trying to pawn him off and tell him he was fine, they said that there was nothing anomalous in the x-ray. Well, when he has a shattered hip, they bring him to a hospital for some medical attention. Whereupon they discover that he has cancer. Stage 4 cancer. He's been suffering from a cancer eating away at the inside of him as bone marrow for, quite some time. Certainly a fair amount of time he's in custody, and definitely all the time he's been at Elton. And so all these myriad complaints that he had about his hip, about his back, these were indicators that he was experiencing symptoms from cancer, which an x-ray very likely would have displayed. And so rather than allow him to have some advance notice so that he might make his affairs, get his affairs ready, get his house in order, things like that, no, they just ignored him, said his complaints were nonsense, let him suffer with a shattered hip for multiple days, telling him that it was all in his head, that it was nonsense. The director of medical down there, the actual woman who was in charge of medical care, told him that it was all in his head. This guy who was having trouble even lifting his leg up to walk was just imagining things. He was lazy. So, I'm not telling his story very well, but I can tell you for a fact that Bob Sanford was treated horribly at the FCI Elston, that they very much harmed his health. And through their neglect, Bob had a much worse quality of life and has a much lower likelihood of survival, which, stage 4 cancer, can kind of imagine what the outcome is. But he was in a hospital bed, chained up for, I think, a couple of months following that. Even the guy is diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, and they were dragging their feet on a compassionate release form. This is a guy who has never done anything in his life. This is his only criminal complaint, and he's dying of cancer. And on his deathbed, they're refusing to release him so that he can go to a hospice. It took over a month from the time he shattered his hip and was brought to the hospital for him to be released. I think actually much more than a month. And we were inmates, so we did what little we could, and we told some people on the outside. But I think had he not been as well connected, had he not been involved in January 6th, he may have just died in a hospital bed with no ability to, enjoy the flowers or, see things from a better light. So that's Bob. I wish I could tell the story a little bit better.
I think you told it. I think you told it fairly well, and from my own experience on Fort Dix, I know that it's not an exaggeration. Unfortunately, the medical treatment is virtually non-existent in the Bureau of Prisons, and they're pretty content to just let people fucking die. In many respects, it's a miracle anybody even survives federal prison. Not because of dangerousness, but because of the toxic environment and the toxic treatment, let's say, from the staff. So yeah, it's unfortunately this is not the first time I've heard this kind of story. Usually it's not regarding J6 defendants. It's usually J6 defendants talking about what they witnessed happen to other inmates, but it's not surprising.
Oh yeah. When I first heard about Al Capone, how he was freed from federal custody and allowed to die at home, I thought, what a ridiculous thing. This guy, he's, a criminal, and he was allowed to, live out his final days. I now realize, how terrible of a thing it would be. This government sets you up to die when you're in prison. They don't treat you well, and they certainly don't treat you for any medical issues. You should treasure your health from the moment that you enter into that building, because you will never be better off than when you came in.
That's a fact. Yeah.
Sadly. I mean, I'd love to believe prison preserves you and all of that. There was quite a bit of time where I couldn't see the sun, and now a fair amount of that is my time in jail, as I'm sure you recall, and you had to work in D.C. They refused to allow you to go outside. How many months was it that you were not allowed to go outside and see the sun?
It was pretty much half a year, and keep in mind, there might have been instances where they snuck one in, but it was like for maybe an hour, and then every other time it was scheduled, there was an excuse. Oh yeah, no, we can't do it. There was this one time I remember them saying, "Oh, we can't go outside because they just sprayed the grass with pesticides or whatever." Meanwhile, you could see other people outside through the windows. So this is bullshit.
Well, and then you think about that, to some random person, half a year? Oh, okay, well, that's not that long. No, you never spent 6 months indoors. No one has. Because in your life, you have to walk outside your car, you have to go to the grocery store, you have to do all these little things that still are some amount of sunlight. No, 6 months without seeing the sun, a submariner might be able to comprehend that. A few others. It's not a state of existence that can be maintained for long. It simply doesn't work. It's not good for your life, for your health, for your mind. And I think that caused a permanent and lasting physical damage to every single person who was subjected to that.
Well, yeah, it's completely unnatural. And, talking about permanent or long-lasting impacts, how was your family impacted by what happened to you? Obviously, you're the real, you're the victim in this, and you're the defendant. But of course, I always say January 6th was a humanitarian disaster because of how it impacted not just the people charged, but everybody who loved them. I know I've talked to your father. He's a good man. And, I can't imagine this was easy on him or on your mother.
Well, certainly there is the obvious emotional difficulty associated with the day. My father was present during a police raid. My mother's house was also raided contemporary to that. Even though they knew where I was, they raided my mother's house. Showed up with no warning whatsoever and knocked on the door and, searched through all the rooms for what, I don't know. But nevertheless, they did that. And, the feeling of unease to be in one's country and to think that, at any one time you could be snatched up for no real reason. But, after I was arrested and there was a large amount of publicity surrounding it, my house had been called several times. A man from Washington called threatening to, quote, squish my mother. They left threatening voicemails. They wrote letters, hate mail, This is all while I'm away. I'm not present for any of this, to reassure them. These cowardly people would write these messages, completely unprovoked, and to my family members, not to me. I can understand feeling some sort of ire towards me, however unwarranted it is, but to threaten my family, people who are completely uninvolved, is simply, it's egregious. But my bank refused to do business with me. They actually canceled my account with no prior warning. Webster Bank, if you are anywhere conservative leaning, I would recommend not using them. I'm sure my father, sharing the same name as me, has been subjected to some difficulties because of that. But, my mother and sister went to travel internationally to visit my grandmother, who still lives in Germany. She's in poor health, and so, they're checking in on her to ensure that she's okay. And while traveling for vacation, coming back, my sister was detained at the airport and interrogated about me. Bear in mind, I am in prison, federal prison at this time, that the guards at the airport, for lack of a better word, are interrogating her about whether or not I had traveled abroad recently or had had a weapons training in the last couple of years. If I were in contact with any foreign groups. I'm in federal prison. They know exactly where I am and where I've been the past year. And they have the gall to intimidate my sister by locking her into a windowless room and questioning her about me. How terrible. This is the federal government at work. I have not even tried to fly yet, but I'm certain it would be an ordeal. Have you?
I have not. I don't even want to take the risk. I'm sure I'm on a no-fly list, even though I've been pardoned and everything.
Mm-hmm. I wonder about the people who have flown. I should ask.
I know some people do. For me, it's just, and granted, I don't even have a passport, so it's whatever, but I much rather prefer the train. But, haven't tried it. Maybe in the future.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hiking the Appalachian Trail right now, so I like to walk. I think if I want to move quickly, I think I'll just become a jogger.
Who wouldn't?
Well, I was having some trouble recently because in the AT community, they have you obsessing over your footwear. So, you know, I have these trail runner shoes. They're just basically really high-end sneakers that have, like, you know, cushion, and they have the aggressive grip pattern on the bottom, and they've got the rock plate on the heel so that it kind of helps you if you're stepping down onto a rock. Boots are sort of out of vogue, but people do wear boots. I had brought down a pair of work boots to a friend's house in Pennsylvania because I was going to do some work for him. As I was walking along the trail, I was just going to stop in for a few days, take a few days breather, help him out, and then return back to the trail. And so I was thinking about how I was going to get these work boots and this hammer back up to Connecticut. I was thinking I'd jog with them, because that's a very common thing to do, I think, is to jog with a hammer while you're wearing work boots.
It is. It is. That's all the. I see so many. I see so many TikTok videos about that. It's big on Pinterest.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, and especially with those shoes, like you said, you got to be aggressive.
I think so. Actually, I was figuring, since I would probably be kind of low on cash at that point, I'd just go around to construction sites and offer my services. Even if there wasn't anybody there, I would just poke my head in and just look around.
Yeah, I mean, nothing. I mean, sometimes the best way to be a productive member of society is to just, do nothing.
Well, it's interesting. I didn't know this, but I think there's a rule that states that if you're on somebody's property that's private without their knowledge or permission, I think that's called trespassing.
No, I don't think so. That doesn't sound right.
I mean, it's weird because I was charged with trespassing on federal grounds for being at a protest at a public building. So maybe it's only public buildings where that rule applies. Maybe private property is different. I mean, it's private, so that means that you don't have privacy. Is that how that works?
That makes so much sense. I'm gonna go with that. In fact, I'm also gonna start an entire socio-political movement around that, with specially made flags and fist symbols.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I mean, whatever you want to do in your bedroom is your business. So fisting is okay.
Power to the people.
Power to the poopa.
Ass blasted at construction sites.
So, digression aside, yeah, had my share of small run-ins, had some guy hold a knife to my neck over some stupid dispute about how he was the biggest gorilla in the zoo or whatever it was. Luckily I managed to avoid a lot of fights. Just being calm and willing to say, look, I don't care. I'm not, trying to be the big dog. Realizing that all these interactions that you're having, they may seem important in the moment, but ultimately they aren't.
Hmm.
And, fortunately for me, it was sooner, but in 5 years, I was going to be out of prison. And what would I care? I'm not going to interact with any of these people. These are not my folks, as you would say, or my community. These are not people whom I need to impress. whose opinion I really care about or cherish. The only thing that would matter is my own feelings and integrity. I'm not going to get into a stupid, short-sighted fight, risk death, or harm to, impress these fools, people who are living entirely the wrong way. So, that was that. That was fun.
What was it like towards the end of your time in prison? If you could, what was obviously a lot of people got out in mass once Trump did did the pardons after his inauguration. So what were you thinking in the span of time from, say, the election to Trump winning and then, of course, getting in? And then what was your time like finally being released from captivity?
So to back it up slightly further than I should, a good friend of mine was released on June 19th of 2024 rather. He'd been a companion of mine for quite some time. We would walk the track together, and he and I remained in somewhat irregular communication. And he was telling me bits and pieces about the halfway house and what to expect, and all of that seemed rather bleak. But we were, talking about the election, and at the time when it was a rematch between Trump and Joe Biden, each of us concluded that there would be a repeat where, although it would be clear that Biden, and I would say this is an inarguable fact, that Biden did not have the mental capacity to run his own household, let alone a nation. Despite this, that the media obfuscation and the clear manipulation of the truth and of the vote would lead to a Biden victory. Once Kamala Harris became the nominee through some sort of a coup in the internal party structure, all bets were off. I was somewhat skeptical because I, was of the opinion that they would still find some way to manipulate things into an unfair situation. But I think you can only pull the same trick so many times before people get wise to it. So I guess they had to relent. And come November, I was rather nervous and had a mindset that I would simply ignore Election Day. I would not wait for the results. I would simply try to live my life and hear the results the next day. And that resolution lasted all of 3 hours. And then I was sitting there in front of the television. Actually, I couldn't even sit down. I was so nervous, just pacing back and forth, waiting to hear the results on my little, prison radio. And after several long hours of waiting, long into the, I think they hadn't called it until 2 a.m. or something like that. Each state, they're refusing to call for Trump. It might be 70% in his favor, but they're holding out hope that Kamala will snatch a victory from the jaws of defeat. And nope, Trump won. It was a moment of surprise for me. I mean, at least in the little bubble that I existed in, I didn't have a huge amount of faith that would be the outcome. I did believe that he was clearly the superior candidate to Kamala Harris, but I didn't think that really meant he was going to win. And so that night, I would say I was somewhat giddy, and I can recall, because of course everyone knows what you're in for when you're in prison. They all know, oh, this guy's for drugs, this guy's for guns, this guy's this guy's that. So everyone knew I was in for January 6th. So there were a ton of people came up and said, hey, congratulations, buddy, you're going home. A statement which I myself was not so sure of. I had heard conflicting reports that there were talks that maybe if you had some sort of a violent charge, you wouldn't be released. And so, it settled into a waiting game for me. After the election, I spent a couple of months going back and forth, very hopeful that it would be a a pardon come Inauguration Day, but on the other hand, quite nervous that perhaps for what it said on paper about me, I would be denied. And, it became a frequent topic of conversation for my family, for my friends, for other people in the prison. Trump is going to pardon the J6ers. And, that nervousness really continued all the way to Inauguration Day. I basically, up until the moment that I looked up who had been pardoned, I didn't know that I was going home, or I didn't know conclusively. None of my family was so sure that we had already worked out a plan. We had no real structure of what we were going to do. Simply put, January 20th, the morning thereof, I went to work at the Recreation, and, I knew it was Inauguration Day. It was on television, and you can remember, I'm sure, how much pageantry there was. It was like the inauguration that would never end.
Yeah.
Watch the address, watch the parade, and then Trump retired to what was the arena called? Was it Citibank or?
It was one of those. He had his victory rally there. I was actually present for it. I had invitations, and we were just pretty much just waiting all night for the order to come down to release everybody.
And so I was watching it on TV in Recreation, and I was just so nervous. I was like, oh, well, I'm probably not going home, guys. I'm sure that the rest of you, that being the other January 6th defendants who were in prison with me at the time, I'm sure the rest of you are going to go home, but I've got the 111B, and all you guys don't, so I'm sure that you guys are going. Much luck to you, was sort of my statement. How wrong I was. But in my life, that if you keep your expectation low, it's better to be pleasantly surprised than to be disappointed. And not to say that that's always the way, but that was how I was thinking. And so I ended up waiting for hours and hours, and then even when Trump had signed the executive order pardoning 1,500 January 6th defendants, I guess I had missed a snippet of the conversation, but I didn't really even understand or register that was everyone who had been charged. I had to look up how many people had been charged at this point, because I had thought it may have been more. And so, even to that point, I was unsure if it was everyone. And then, I went back to the unit at the recall. I looked it up, and sure enough, it was everyone. I mean, there were several people who had their sentences commuted instead and were not pardoned. The Oath Keepers mostly. And, man, it was monumental turnaround. I had, a dim belief that it was going to happen, but it was somewhat earth-shaking, because I still had several years to go on my sentence. Still now, I would still be in custody. So this has been time given back to me, I would say. And I don't want to take it for granted. I want to treasure these years and to use them to their utmost for productivity, for enrichment of not simply my pocketbook, but my body, my mind, my spirit. This time has a greater value to me, simply because I would otherwise have been unable to really enjoy it. I would have been in prison. I would have gotten out a much older, much more jaded man. Anyway, you know the whole thing.
Mm.
But I waited, just reading a book, sort of unable to pay attention to any of it because I was so
distracted.
I was so distracted. I was so much filled with anticipation of what was to come. And sure enough, at about 11:30, they called my unit officer, Biz Ball. He calls, McCoy! Hey, McCoy, you gotta go! You gotta go, or else they're not gonna let you leave till after midnight count. He didn't need to tell me twice. I had already packed up all my stuff following the recall. I had all my stuff laid out in bags, and I'd given away quite a large amount of it because what does one need with a prison food bowl? I mean, it's not really necessary. But the books that I had for educational purposes, I kept the letters. I kept a few items of clothing, just not because I planned to wear them, but as mementos of, this is what I had to wear. This is how I had to live. I gave up my shoes and my commissary and whatever else. Not that I had all that much at the time, but all these things I left for everybody else to make use of who was in prison. But, I also managed to take out a full uniform from the prison, so I can dress like a federal inmate this Halloween. Aside from that, I packed up, walked over to R&D, and was met with all the other January 6th defendants who were there, where we awaited our individual email confirming that each of us was released from the federal prison system. And we were given our temporary clothing, which was a set of, sort of pregnancy jeans and, cheapo polo style shirt. I hesitate to call them Converses, more like the bowling shoes that you might get at a cheap bowling alley. Off we were sent. Given that we were released without halfway house, probation date, anything of the sort, we were just given a check with the remaining funds in our commissary accounts, which I had, $10, and let to go on our merry way. And there were two very kind families whose, they had family members inside. And I was able to get a ride with one of them to a hotel, which the BOP had booked us a room in graciously. And I stayed in a hotel with Queen Keen, shared a room, and my father had driven down and was able to collect me around 6:30 or 7 o'clock in the morning on January 21st. I rode up with him to Connecticut and was able to sleep in my own bed for the first time in years. January 21st. Or sorry, was it even the 21st? I think it was the 22nd. It must have been the 21st. January 21st of 2025. That's when I really got home.
4 years later.
Yeah, and it felt surreal. It felt totally surreal. But there was some closure. I mean, it was always waiting for the other boot to drop when I was awaiting, trial and things like that. it was the first time I was able to really breathe. So yeah, exactly 4 years later. I was going through the legal system the entire time Biden was president. Same as you. I got arrested January 19th, got released January 21st. The whole Biden presidency got cut out for me.
You missed a lot of ice cream.
What are you eating, Mr. President? Taga chip. Okay, can you tell us anything about foreign policy? Taga chip. Can you inform us about your plan for the economy? Rocky Road. Sir, can you tell us about your infrastructure bill? Rocky Road. It's Joe Biden, 46th President of the United States. I've noticed an interesting commonality, having been baptized into this religion. It seems there's always some sort of allegation of fraud when a Catholic becomes president.
Wow, I disavow that.
I mean, I said it's allegations. I didn't say it happened. I just, there's a strange coincidence.
I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Just saying.
The damn papacy has hacked the election boxes. That's what it is. A proud papist American just cannot make it any other way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can tell from the selection process for the Pope, they have plenty of experience burning ballots.
Oh, wow. Good job. Proud of you. Wait a second. Oh, yeah, you're what is the divide in Germany? I know that it was traditionally it was the southern Germans that were Catholic and the northern ones Protestant.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
This is just that normie German bias. That's what that is. What throughout this story, what have we not covered that you want Americans to know, either about January 6th or your time in captivity specifically, or really the whole thing in general?
There are a lot of things, but I'll try and be brief. In regards to prison, we're not doing anyone any favors by sending them to prison. If someone is such an animal that they are not going to understand right from wrong and attempt to improve themselves, either you lock them up until their higher reasoning kicks in. So, an 18-year-old, you lock him up till he's 25 and then see if he's learned his lesson. Or you kill him. I mean, we're not rehabilitating people in our prisons right now. You send a guy away to rot for 20 years. That's all you do. And he comes out basically the same guy.
Or worse.
Or worse. It's a training facility for criminals. So we're spending all this money to feed and house people who come out worse than they were. You see it with the recidivism rates. You see it with, CHOs in particular. They always reoffend. They just have a sickness in them. They can't stop themselves. You see it with plenty of drug dealers. They don't learn real skills or rehabilitate themselves. The easy money and the lifestyle is too alluring. They can't help themselves. They can't stop themselves. It sounds like a nice idea, the First Step Act. And I think that if the language in the First Step Act were actually to be implemented, it might be a step in the right direction. But it's not being implemented, at least not where I was. You have all these classes and all these things, but you're just waitlisted for them. There are plenty of people I know who had maybe a 5 or 10 year sentence who got onto the First Step Act, who were waitlisted for various classes and earned credits from being on the wait list. So they basically got out early for their participation in programs that they were never in. And so therefore, they were not rehabilitated by these programs. Even if the program did work, which of course I was in one because I didn't qualify for First Step Act, I can't tell you if they did, but I don't think they would.
I'm one of those people. By the way, I was able to get a lot of credits just from being on a list.
Exactly.
For classes they weren't even doing. Like they had classes that they were never going to do, but because you signed up for it, you didn't even have to sign up for other classes. As long as you were on a list for one class, you qualified for first step back credits.
Exactly. And so the corruption in this, the laziness, yeah, it's a nice idea. It's not going to work right now. It is not working. The Bureau is fucked up. And so, we're not rehabilitating people, which I think is a nice idea. I'm not sure with certain groups if it works very well, but it is a nice idea. Honestly put, you have a certain group of people in the country who are prone to criminality. There's some people who are like, I don't know, you could say they're low IQ, they have low long-term thinking, they're not able to delay gratification, they're not able to really think in abstract terms. Whatever this group of people is, these people who are prone to criminality, they're not getting fixed. They're not getting better. These people are just a drain. So however you resolve that, just understand that when you sentence a guy to 15 years in prison for slinging drugs, he is going to come out and do drugs and sell drugs until he's too old to do that anymore. And it's not that he becomes too old and becomes too mature. He becomes physically incapable of doing it. That's what we're talking about. So that's the issue with the prison system, is that you could build a prison system that was strict and rigorous as it was early on and give structure and reform, or you could have a prison system in which people are rehabilitated through counseling and procedure. But right now, with how it is, there were people who laid in bed every day until 9 o'clock in the morning, 10 o'clock in the morning, without care, and would stay up until 2 in the morning, laughing and cutting up and joking and playing cards without fail, who lived every day as a vacation. I'm not saying that everyone needs to be miserable every moment of their life in prison, but this is not a way of living that is going to make you successful on the outside. It is not a way of living that's going to have you reflect and honestly consider the choices you made to land yourself in that situation. So we're not running the prisons the right way. Either you try and reform people, or you lock them up and throw away the key and say fine enough. But right now we're doing too many half measures. So that's kind of my statement on prison. There's issues with corruption, there's issues that need to be addressed, but there's too many people in there who are not getting better. And so we're wasting our time, we're wasting taxpayer money, we're endangering people by not doing something to address this. On the justice system part, it's the same issue. You have a perverse system in which a completely guilty man who is completely guilty of something, for admitting his guilt, will spend less time incarcerated than someone who has a great deal of doubt sown in his case, who proceeds to trial and fights it. He will be sentenced to more time. He will have more time in his federal guidelines because of not accepting the plea agreement. You are incentivizing, basically, an innocent man to admit guilt for something he didn't do in the federal system. And the plea bargain agreement in general is extremely harmful to the nation. Because you have, I think it's about 90 or even 95% of federal defendants signing plea agreements. And you might think how wonderful. It means that the federal government is only indicting guilty people. No, the federal government has so much power and so much weight behind their words that if you begin to dispute with them, they will crush you with superior resources. And you understand, innately that should you even attempt to fight with them, that you will be shelling out hundreds of thousands of dollars for a lawyer, for the loss of your job, income, your livelihood while you're fighting this, for the loss of reputation, for anything that has to do with this case, you will be severely punished. And so you are basically caught the moment that they slap the irons on you. You are not going to be successful from then on. And so with that, you have a federal government which is able to get anyone and tell them they're guilty. And why is that dangerous? Well, we initially had a government which was only able to convict someone with the full consent of the people, that a jury of your own peers would be able to be present when you were tried and determine the truth of the matter and determine whether or not a law was fair. It needs to be understood that a jury can just as easily say, no, we're going to disregard the law and find this man innocent of any crime because he simply was not doing anything wrong. The federal government or the state government may write as many laws as they like, but so long as the people of the country refuse to bend the knee, refuse to accept the legitimacy of such a state, then they are not bound by it. And that's what the Founding Fathers had in mind. If you wrote a law that said it is illegal for a man to eat chewing gum, and everyone on earth said, well, that's totally unreasonable, well, then you, even if the prosecutor indicts you on this, can be pretty certain that once you get to a jury of your peers, everyone is going to look at the case and say, that's ridiculous, you're free to go. And we no longer allow for that. With the plea bargain system, the people have been taken out of the system. They are no longer able to give their consent to a conviction. And that means that the people suffer, the law suffers, the nation suffers, and the defendant even suffers. Because now he, the defendant, is unable to articulate that he was part of any society, that he trusted in his peers. No, he trusted only in himself, and there was no hearing for his case. You are unable to really have your day in court in America because there are so many incentives not to. And then you couple that, and I'm sorry to go so far over time, you couple that with the fact that the plea bargain has enabled the federal government to indict so many more people. Think about the thorn in the side that the January 6th investigations were. Almost every case that they had involved some level of video evidence. They should have been, slam dunk cases, although they were quite trumped up charges and there was not a lot of truth behind what they had to say. At least it was on video. Many of these cases that we're talking about, these drug dealers or traffickers, whatever, they're not videotaped. There's no surveillance in the matter. They're talking about ghost trafficking and, various things said by another person. So with such an abundance of evidence, you would think that these would be very quick to research. No, after being arrested, it was several years before we proceeded to trial. How in the world is this a speedy trial? I mean, these are years of my life. If I had been held the entire time, imagine I were a farmer. My livelihood would have dried up. My cows would be dead. My goats, my sheep, my chickens, whatever. My fields would lie fallow. My equipment would rust. I would be out of a job. I would be penniless by the time it was complete. And that's anything. But, simply put, there is no speedy trial in America. And especially with the federal government, they are unable to deal with the caseload that they are incurring upon themselves because they're overly aggressive. They are enforcing laws. They are getting involved in situations which are inappropriate. Why, if there's not someone complaining of being victimized, would you continuously enforce something as if it were a crime? It's because they want to have control over you and they want to prevent you from living your life. So if every American, anytime they were indicted, went to trial, well, I think they would only enforce about 10% of the laws that they have, because there wouldn't be time in the day for anything else. But I suppose I've said enough on that. The last thing I would say is that the media lies to you, that the power structure that we have in this country is incentivized specifically against free-thinking and regular people, and that a conspiracy theory does not denote something that is false. It is a belief that there is a group of people who have a common goal, and that common goal is probably not to your benefit. That's all a conspiracy theory is. Anything is a conspiracy theory. But to allow your mind to be clouded and to believe that because someone who has a vested financial interest in seeing the truth hidden would tell you that something's a conspiracy theory, I would much rather believe a snake oil salesman than I would anyone who works for a television corporation right now. Sorry to waffle on so much.
No, it was brilliant. And, this is going to be one of the longer interviews I've done. And, and I'm happy about that, for guys like you in particular who have been going through this, the entirety, as you said, of the last administration. I know that there was a lot that had to get out that has gone otherwise unheard or unnoticed. I always wanted to get, your perspective and to have your story told, because I knew it was one of the most egregious, not just because you were so young at the time, which always bothered me, but also because I was familiar with the details and I knew how horribly you were misrepresented amongst an ocean of people who were. And I hate our judge, especially not simply because of not just because of what he did to me, but definitely because of what he did to you. I think that the measure of a man, but also the measure of a system, is how it treats those it has power over. And any system or individual who would do to us, and especially do to you, what was done is, I dare say, evil. And, I'm grateful that you gave me the opportunity to ask you these questions, and, you were willing to honor me by getting this story out and telling your history here, because I think it's one of the most important, and maybe you might not feel this, but I think your story is probably one of the most important stories. And, I'm grateful that you're willing to tell your tale. And young man, I have one last thing to say to you. I'm the Pin Man.
It wasn't until I was pardoned that someone told me that was the name. I had no idea.
It's pretty good. I'll say this: the sedition hunters might be a bunch of effeminate cocksucking snitches, but some of those nicknames they came up with, pretty catchy.
I don't mind being the Pin Man. It's actually it's so strange how I feel, I'm certainly not that person. That's not the defining moment of my life. It has been very impactful, this whole experience, but this is not to remain the most important day of my life. I hope very much to say in not very much longer that my marriage or the birth of my first child or, a great day at work, whatever is the most influential of my life. But to be known as the Pin Man, I'm not quite so upset. I've made the acquaintance of Jack the Tripper, And I've also met Emo Nazi. Emo Nazi is actually a co-defendant of mine. And the poor guy, he's just wearing his Where's Waldo shirt, essentially, but, white and black. And, he's, it's better than being called Cat Sweat.
I'm jelly. I never got a Sedition Hunter hashtag.
Well, it's because you just had a very good style, and also because Dirty Snitch decided to do an undercover sting on you unprompted because he just thought he was being the goodest boy for the Gestapo. He was like, oh, the Stasi, I'd love to collaborate with them. No, I love the taste of boot. You don't need to boil it. Oh, finger licking good.
With that, this has been an interview with the great Patrick McCaughey III.
All right, I'm holding my phone to a door hinge. There you go.
Why is that so close?
I had a reminder of it. That's why I thought it was so familiar. That's what I was tuning out.
Holy shit, that's hilarious.